I would like to invite our delegation from C to open today's event, to bring the strength of our relatives. Please come closer. Good morning. Buenos dias. Good morning, everyone. Let's stand up. Let's come forward. In Roraima, when we do this, it's calling everyone. Come on. Those who are at the back, come forward. How do we say it in your language? In mine, it's like this. I'm saying, come on, come closer. I would like to invite our coordinator. Let's call it per country, state. Where are the guys from the Brazilian Amazon basin? Oh, it's weak. You're weak. Colombia. Peru. Argentina. Mexico. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I am Valexon Makushi from Roraima. I will call our coordinator to sing. The guys from Acre will be here performing the opening with us. Actually, we're supposed to be doing it with them. Good morning. Come on. Good morning. Let's now open this event. Let's ask God to bless this day, our event. Certainly, we all woke up healthy. May this day be very profitable. So I will sing a song. It's Shoti. It's about our nature. Okay, let's go. Let's all clap our hands. Thank you. May God bless us today. Okay, let's now sing a parishara. It's also a song to thank God. Let's call our hermanos to come forward too. Let's be strong, reverberate positive energies. Those who are on the side, please connect yourselves. Hold each other's hands. Connect yourselves. When I say Morubê, we raise our arms. Thank you so much, delegation of Roraima. Now Acre will sing Raimundo. Good morning, everyone. I'm also going to perform an opening song to brighten our day. May God bless each one of us here. May we have a blessed day. This song is a happy song for us to wake up, to have a good energy during this moment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our delegation from Roraima and Acre for opening this event with a lot of strength, remembering that this is our second day of activities of the pre-Indigenous COP. We are here mediating as MCs, and now we are going to have the technical debate. Yesterday we talked about our activities in the agenda, and it's important for us to talk about memory. I'm going to bring to you a summary from yesterday, and before doing so, I just would like to say once more the objective of our meeting. Yesterday, we mentioned that we established a strategy, a journey, a trail of political impact towards COP30. We began long ago from the dialogue that we have had between our organizations at a network level and at an international level, precisely thinking about the international impact in a more coordinated manner. It's not that we did not have strategies for that, but we understood that it was important for us to coordinate ourselves. So, the objective of our meeting, our pre Indigenous COP, is to establish a strategy for action up until COP30. We have established a calendar, and it has been coordinated by OPIACI within the space of COP16. We gathered in July, August, and have established this calendar to articulate up in the international spaces. We had an international impact on COP16 of biodiversity in October. Later on, we had COP29 in Baku. And at the same time that COP29 was happening, we in Brazil had an articulation and impact pulled by our articulation of indigenous people in Brazil on the G20.
So we set this action schedule to start this process of joint coordination. So, emphasizing our organizations had individual action strategies and we coordinated one action or another. At several moments, we had events during the COPs where we had Coiab, OPIAC, the Coiab network, but at the time, we had to fine tune the narrative and also the strategies. So, the goal behind this meeting, the pre Indigenous COP, is establishing the impact strategies we're going to have for the next events. So, we're going to have a joint strategy, and today we're going to have a political and technical discussion. We're going to get support from our technical partners who will help us think about strategies and about what we want within these strategies. The Bonn conference, for example, what are the strategies towards Bonn? What are we taking to Bonn? Political documents, advocacy documents, because we have really thought about and discussed action and advocacy. And we have our actions at country level here in Brazil in the Coiab network. That's why we're always coordinating with the organization at the Brazilian level, APIB. With the other regions, we have our coordination at regional level. For the Brazilian Amazon, we have our coordination and advocacy that is done at regional level. That's why we have our countries in the Amazon basin and at international level. If you've been at the Free Camp land, you saw at the Free Land Camp, you saw that there were other countries present in the Coiab tent because we had to coordinate with other countries. We have a space within COP, which is the Indigenous Caucus, the International Forum for Indigenous Peoples. And in that forum, there are relatives from all over the world. And based on this dialogue within the caucus, understanding this coordination process, we also established this as a form of coordination and a strategy. So just making clear for everyone why we're here, why we traveled so many hours, and why we're here today. Because we need to set joint strategies, and we will draft a document, and this document will be approved, and it will include the strategies by the leaders present here. So do we have any questions about the goal of our meeting? Does anyone have any questions? It's the time to ask questions because we brought here all the strategic leaders to think about advocacy because until November, until we go to Belém, we have a long ways to go and a lot of strategies that we need to set. And we have different spaces and different agendas. Each agenda has a strategy, has a topic. Yesterday, our technical moderators and lecturers said that the Bonn conference has a specific topic. The Climate Week in New York has a specific goal. So each type of advocacy has a specific goal, and we need to set strategies. So just making it clear why we're here, it's very good to be here with all of our leaders, but we are also trying to be more strategic, reminding everyone that our organizations at the national and international levels can only be in this coordination process if this is agreed on with our bases. So, just bringing a little bit about the objective of our meeting. The microphone is not being used, therefore, the interpretation booth could not hear the question. Yes. Also, within our strategy, we thought about the meeting that we're going to have with the ACTO presidents. Was anyone in Belém during the Amazon dialogues? Some people were in the Amazon dialogues that happened 2 years ago, I think. And there we had the presidents of the 8 countries, of the 8 ACTO countries. And since we were there doing advocacy, we had our relatives from the French Guiana because within ACTO, the French Guiana is often not considered, but we understand that our space, our territory, also includes the French Guiana. And we had the Amazon dialogues, and from these dialogues, we issued the Amazon Charter that makes provisions on the relationship between movements and the state. And on Thursday afternoon, we're going to have a separate moment with ACTO to talk about these spaces, but within our guidelines, our documents. The idea is also having an action strategy for the President's Summit, which will happen in Colombia in August. I don't know if there's a date, Anteno, but it will happen in August, and what happened in Belém, in Brazil, will happen in Colombia. And it is also within our national strategy to engage in this coordination. Any more questions or comments? Was the goal of our meeting clear to you? Everything we talk about here will be included in our document. This should also be emphasized. So yesterday, we gave an overview about the context of COP30 and why it's happening. Some leaders brought forth some challenges, and I think the challenges need to be mentioned because we need to understand what awaits us. It's not enough to just think about doing advocacy if we don't know how this space is being presented to us. We can't think about political advocacy without thinking about that. Any questions? Is the translation working? Are we speaking slow enough? Is it okay? we are trying to police ourselves to speak slowly so that our relatives who speak other languages can also understand. So, just reminding everyone to try and speak slowly so that the translation can work. And this goes both ways for all languages, not only for us who speak Portuguese, but for all languages, especially the technical team who will come up. Please speak slowly and, if possible, explain acronyms and terms. It's complicated to explain things in this short time that we have, but it's important to explain as much as possible to our relatives what we're talking about. About logistical issues, we're going to have our dialogue with Dennis, like I said yesterday. So if you need to do accountability or if you need reimbursement, we have Dennis from our technical team. And if you need anything else, we are at your disposal. This meeting is important to mention that it has the support of Tenure Facility. If it weren't for Tenure, we wouldn't be having this meeting here because Tenure Facility is supporting us financially to bring all the relatives. The support from the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. We also received support from the Ministry for national travels and tenure for international travel. And we have our partners like Tinta, who's helping us with the documents, with translating the documents, and also with the final document. We have WWF, VISE, UOC, and I forgot the anti-racism network in the adaptation part. So we have some partners who are helping us. Technically, the TNC, we're going to have the people from TNC today helping us in the technical part. As the Coiab coordinator always says, we can't reach our goals by ourselves. And it's also important to always say who are the partners who are with us and supporting us. Not that other partners aren't helping, but each partner has their own strategies, and we organize ourselves within the indigenous movements, thinking about our institutional partners. Do we have any more communications to make? I don't think so. So we're gonna start on time. Currently, well, I just want to remind everyone that we had some partners that were not here yesterday and who are here right now. Yesterday we had an opening session where we gave some context. We talked about the climate crisis for us indigenous peoples and what is at stake for us. And we talked about what was announced since COP30, when it was announced that COP30 would be in Brazil. And we also talked about the We Are the Answer campaign, which is our umbrella campaign that started doing the bilateral dialogues, and then we expanded it to the Coiab regional organizations, then to the G9 network, and then to the Global Alliance. And we are doing, and the Answer is Us campaign also emphasizes the importance of guaranteeing and demarcating indigenous land, providing for climate funding and financing to end the exploitation of fossil fuels. And then we talked about the COP30 space, the Paris Agreement. Some leaders talked about the challenges we have in terms of lodging. It's something that's very concerning to us, especially in terms of logistics, because without the logistical part, we will need to organize ourselves in a more strategic manner to do advocacy. And yesterday it was emphasized that even though we don't have structure, we will have a free land camp in Belém to strengthen our advocacy and pressure the governors who will be in Belém and the rulers who will be in Belém. And we talked about the different forms of registration for COP30, and today we have the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples here to inform us more about that. And we also talked about participation in the spaces where we will have the green zone, which is freer, and we have asked that the green zone be a space for political advocacy as well, because the leaders that are not registered for the blue zone also need to have a space where they can speak and where we can do advocacy, and also to stage our protests to pressure the people in government who will be in Belém. We talked about financing the energy transition, and a specific point that appears in all of our letters ever since last year is the strengthening of the policy of isolated and recently contacted indigenous peoples, and emphasizing that the document from this meeting needs to also mention that. During the afternoon, we talked about the participatory drafting of the NDC, remembered how the Brazilian NDC was presented in Baku, and that it wasn't discussed with indigenous peoples, even though they said that the climate plan would be part of the Baku process and of the NDC. And yesterday, something Ada said in the panel, which was very interesting, and which really translates what is an NDC, is that it is the commitments that the governments have to the climate agenda. And something that we would also like to emphasize is how technical partners can explain things in a way that is more related to the daily lives of the leaders. The nationally determined commitments are, well, commitments. And our technical partners play an important role in speaking this language that is more accessible for us. So this was a summary of what we did yesterday, and today we're going to talk about mitigation, adaptation, and climate financing, which are things we mentioned yesterday when we debated the indigenous NDCs. If you followed the NDC's presentations at the SEP, OPIAC, Coiab, and OPIB have very similar axes, financing the end of fossil fuels, fair energy transition. We have similar axes that really converge. And based on that, we're going to work on 3 axes and 3 agendas: mitigation, adaptation, and financing. And today we're going to have in our session our political agenda, but also our technical agenda. So let's take advantage of the fact that our technical partners will be here. I think we're only missing one person in the morning panel, but we are gonna start it. We are a bit ahead of time, but it's good that we can start earlier and give more opportunity for people to speak. And the leaders asked us yesterday that we would have more space for all to speak. So we're going to give you more space. I would like to now invite our technical moderator of the next session for the mitigation space, Giselle Hurtado Barbosa, a Peruvian relative from the heart of the Andean region, and she is an indigenous lawyer, graduated in the Catholic University of Peru. She has a master's in public law with the Paris University, and she also works for Standard in the U.S. A round of applause. Again, our relative from Peru. Gisela will be moderating our session, and me and Ariane are gonna help with keeping the time. That's right. And just emphasizing what Alana said is that we are trying to increase the time to hear from the people in the audience, for you to make your contributions. and your proposals based on the debate that we're going to have, which will be very important. Like Alana has said, in the alignment of proposals and everything you bring for us to do this joint collective strategy to do international advocacy in the COP spaces, but also in the states, in the municipalities, and also where you are located. So it's important for you to understand that it's not just about COP30, it's about other spaces, including in your own states. Good morning. I am Gisela. Thank you very much for letting me be here, and it's a pleasure to be here. I will speak in Spanish because I feel more comfortable speaking Spanish, but I speak a little bit of Portuguese, as you can see. So I would really like to invite to this panel Alessandro Prado. Is Alessandro here? He's coming. Okay, so Juan Bai, the president of Anawe in Ecuador. Faye Bernadette Stewart, representative from APA. Danson Karipuna from Apoyampi. Chico Carneiro, representative of the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. Eda Fernandez. And we're missing one person. Actually, we're missing one chair. And Fernando Bertolotto from TNC.
So now I will speak in Spanish. Well, Alexandre is not here yet, so let's begin. Yesterday we have spoken about the need for demarcation and the recognition of indigenous territories as a climate policy. This is a transversal axis, a request from all indigenous peoples from the countries of the Amazon basin. And what we were thinking about was to how make it possible for this recognition to happen. Perhaps Alexandre could speak about this on this topic on how to align the mitigation objectives with the recognition of indigenous peoples. We know that indigenous territories are the ones that are most preserved when we guarantee the legal security of these territories. And when we do so, we also make sure that we can mitigate or diminish carbon emissions. So what we intend to do is to mitigate the causes of climate change and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Adaptation is to see the consequences and how do we adapt to the consequences of climate change. So, considering this overview, I would like to begin by asking what we understand by territory. what we understand as a territory, what are our experiences of territorial defense of indigenous peoples, and what were the barriers faced by indigenous peoples within this recognition of the territory. So I would like to pass the floor to the representatives of indigenous peoples, beginning with Juan. Is it okay? Can we begin with you? So, I mean, what we understand as a territory from the standpoint of indigenous peoples, what are the barriers that we face on recognizing our territory? These are the questions. So now let's begin with you. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure. My name is Juan Pai. I'm the president of the Waorani people from the Equatorian Amazon. I'm a people from the people that is now fighting. It's an initial contact. We are the only nation of the Equatorian Amazon with initial contact. We only have a 60 years of contact. It's an honor to be here with the willpower to express our fight, our territorial fight. These spaces are truly important for indigenous people so we can grow together, build things together, so the world understand that this is not an individual work. It's done not only by each one of the indigenous peoples. The world needs to see that we are all united. The meaning of the territory from our living of this feeling as indigenous people, our territory is a space of life. A wise woman said that the territory is the body and the river is the blood. The common word of the territory is that it is the space of life of indigenous peoples. That is why we always fight in this first line, as we understand that this fight is to guarantee the rights of future generations. If we are now living within this space, it's because our grandparents, the elderly, have been fighting for so long. Indigenous peoples, I mean, we have been there since the creation of states and we continue to be there. And what are the challenges that we face in each one of these territories? Specifically, in my territory, this is an emblematic subject. This consultation that was done in Yasuni in 2008. In 2008, they recognized the defense of nature, the defense of our territory, and the existence of indigenous peoples. However, it has been almost 12 years. They did not have the willpower to guarantee the democratic decision of Equatorian indigenous people, that the oil of the national park in Yasuni, the Block 43, stays in the soil. And now we have always fought. Our council was pursued, our president was pursued, but we are still persisting. We resist. We have the Confiniai base, the big leaders here, Camilo, the head of the territory. We have my colleague Emma, the vice president, and I'm really happy to be here with them. And as a base, I think it's really great we can position ourselves in this situation. The situation of the climate crisis is important, and we need to understand that with this goes hand in hand with the rights of indigenous peoples and with the defense of a territory. My country ended up violating this previous informed consultation. We have resistance, and the government acts to take this from us. So we are fighting, working tirelessly, so this is respected and heard. these spaces are important. It's important for the world to understand that we have different countries in the Amazon basin: Peru, Colombia, Brazil, Venezuela, and it's necessary for us to understand that the government and the state, they see that we are not alone. I feel that they are with us. I have your backing to do this tireless work. Our dream is to see that resources and financing, to see them coming directly to the territory to meet the community's demands. Our message is, it seems sometimes we do not understand how we should position ourselves in these important spaces, but we have indigenous professionals that also contribute and understand where we should act for the negotiations. Within COP30, it seems that there will be two pavilions, if I understood correctly, one for indigenous people, I mean, and the other one where governments negotiate. This is the moment and the time that we need to be there. In my country, in Ecuador, we are a small country. We had many historic fights, as was said here: the Yasuni, the Inter American Court of Human Rights. They had a final sentence stating that the state is blamed for violating rights. So we can't only talk about the situations of climate crises without talking about indigenous people and isolated peoples. They're also at the forefront of this. Our rivers and lands were fortunately not invaded. After 19 years, the court rectified by saying that the closure of the Block 53 should happen, and we, as now a people, was not restricted to talk about this block. It also talks about cultural reparation, environmental reparation. We can't just turn everything off and hope for things to get better. We also need reparation and how to make it come back to as it was. So we have this shared lands with many territories, and the fight is to have our rights respected and heard. So I believe that in this panel with our brothers and sisters, there will be important ideas that we need to write, and this will be key. So I am really happy to be able to be heard. I came from so far from Yasuni, such a faraway territory. We're close to Colombia and Peru, and what makes us different are the languages, but we are brothers and sisters, and this is the message of our leaders. We are family, brothers and sisters, and we need to talk strongly. This will guarantee for us to achieve everything that we try to do in alignment with the spirit of nature and the jaguar. The world will hear us. I'm sure that everything that we do is with the willpower to protect and save our lives, our nature. And this is what we are doing as indigenous people. We call the world. We need to work together. It can only be done by indigenous peoples. We have to align ourselves with the entrepreneurs, white people, and yes, Suni was known as the lung of the road too. So thank you so much. As one said, it's about this: how to take forward the idea of territory in negotiation spaces. Many times we see that the language mixes itself. So we need to understand exactly what is a territory from the standpoint of indigenous people. Territory is not just a piece of land. There is an entire cosmovision of the territory. It is important for us to align ourselves, how we understand the territory, to be able to translate it and understand if it's going to be placed within spaces of negotiation. So there is an invisibility on our territories. It's as if it was a soul something unique. We wouldn't have Amazon if we did not have indigenous peoples. This is what we learn. Now I would like to pass the floor to Faye Bernadette from APA, from Guyana. So she can talk about what she understands as a territory, what is the cosmovision of territory, and I'm sorry, I changed the language. Well, what are the barriers that are faced by indigenous people on the recognition of their territory?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Brothers and sisters of the Amazon Basin, I bring you greetings from the Patamona Nation of the Pacaraima Mountains territory. And for us, that is the land that we own, occupy, and govern traditionally, customarily, according to our laws, and our relationship to that land. I've put together a few points that I want to share in relation to the question that was just asked. But before I do that, I just want to say that yesterday I listened to the presentations and I asked myself, what are you doing here? Small town indigenous girl from a local community called Madia. And for those of you who are not aware, Madia gained national and international attention for the tragic loss of 20 indigenous children, 19 girls and 1 boy, who perished in a fire at a school dormitory in 2023. This is a somber reminder of the persistent systemic failures affecting indigenous peoples in Guyana. But to answer the question that I asked earlier though, what am I doing here? I am here because the Waros, the Laconos, the Cariñas of the Barima Waini, the Patamonas of the north of Pacaraimas, the Arakunas and Akawayos of the Cayune Mazaroni, the Makushis of the south Pacaraimas, and the Wapichans and Waiwais of the deep south, Rupunoni and Takatu are not here. So thank you for allowing me this space in representation of my people. And I realize that we refer to these sessions as debate, but I'm not quite here to debate, but rather I am here to speak a truth that is urgent, undeniable, and long overdue. Recognizing indigenous territories is not just a climate policy, it is a climate action. In Guyana, indigenous peoples have long managed their lands with practices rooted in sustainability, resilience, respect for biodiversity, and like all of us here, deep connection. Yet we are not seen as partners in climate mitigation, and this must change. Now, I have 6 points, but I'm quite certain that I'm going to break these down in under 7 minutes. So the first one to begin is indigenous peoples must be at the table at all levels. Now, effective climate mitigation cannot happen without indigenous peoples. We must be at the decision-making table at local, national, regional, and international levels. We have seen the way exclusion breeds poor policy, and we have seen just how inclusion ensures context-specific and time-tested climate solutions. Just look around the world and observe who occupies the last remaining forest basins. We're just on the heels of the Indigenous Congress in the Congo, and those are the Amazon, the Congo Basin, the Mekong, and the Indonesian archipelago. Indigenous peoples are not stakeholders, we are rights holders with centuries of experience in land stewardship. Now, in the Guyana context, our president has committed to bringing 30% of pristine rainforests under protected areas by 2030. But how does one protect an already protected and preserved resource? Our president says, we will ensure that Guyana remains at net zero emission status. I ask though, who is this we that the president speaks of? Who lives sustainably and in harmony with our environment? Who has protected the rainforests over eons and ensured clean air until today? It is us. It is the indigenous peoples. We will ensure Guyana maintains its net zero status because the answer is us. Formal recognition and expansion of indigenous land management plans is quite essential. Now, many indigenous communities in Guyana already have land management plans, and these are living documents of environmental wisdom. With these plans, where these plans do not exist, the government must provide adequate support to help communities develop viable plans and locally informed frameworks. These plans should include practices that promote carbon sequestration, protect watersheds, and preserve biodiversity, which are core principles that climate policy claims to value. Policy and legislation must align with indigenous realities. Currently, our laws in Guyana, they're deeply colonial, they're top-down, and often hostile towards indigenous systems like district councils, which are territories of 3 communities or more, collectively and traditionally maintaining their lands and livelihoods as provided for in the Guyana's constitution. We must decolonize our laws and make space for customary land rights, governance structures, and spiritual relationship with the land. It is therefore imperative that the revision of Guyana's Amerindian Act of 2006 be treated with urgency. The process has been extremely slow, and climate change is not waiting for us. It is essential to climate justice. Now, without the legal recognition, indigenous lands are treated as vacant, wide open to exploration and exploitation. We have seen time and time again how our communities are in legal battle against extractive companies with support from the state who are intent on extractive activities on our customary lands. Extractive industries must be controlled now, whether it's logging, mining, oil extraction. These are not development. In our communities, they are destruction. Without proper regulation, these industries undermine indigenous land rights, pollute water sources, disrupt traditional livelihoods, contribute to deforestation and emissions. We cannot mitigate climate change while simultaneously allowing unregulated exploitation of indigenous lands. Without our lands, we face systemic erasure. When land and resources are taken away, when laws fail to protect us, we are left vulnerable, and not just to climate impacts, but to a slow, systemic genocide. Our languages, our identities, our economies, our very existence, all these are linked to our lands. And this, I believe, is not yet clear to the masses and the powers that be. The political will is lacking, and institutions are broken. In Guyana, state agencies and constitutional bodies should be defenders of indigenous rights. Far too often we have witnessed our own institutions, those meant to defend and uplift indigenous voices, aligned with political interests and operate as though an election grants them ownership of land or resources and our people. But as an indigenous person, I say this cannot continue. Climate policy cannot be reduced to symbolic gestures. It must be rooted in real change, bold, inclusive, and transformative. I'd like to conclude on the path forward. Real climate mitigation will only happen when indigenous peoples are decision makers, when lands are legally recognized and protected, when extractive industries are held accountable, when laws reflect indigenous realities and not colonial relics, when political leaders respect indigenous cultures, systems, and sovereignty. The climate crisis is a leadership crisis, and if our leaders will not lead, indigenous peoples will. If governments continue to ignore recognition of indigenous territories, I'm afraid balancing economic development with environmental sustainability, as Guyana boldly aspires, will remain yet another fleeting illusion to be pursued but never truly attained, not without the partnership of our indigenous peoples. Recognition of indigenous territories, it is not a favor. It is a climate imperative. It is a justice imperative. It is a survival imperative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faye. I think that we also have another element about the understanding and the perspective of the territory, which is if we want to protect the territory, we also need to protect the livelihoods of those who are occupying the territories. And when we speak of territories, we are not only speaking about pieces of land, but about land governance and protecting that land governance. And I really liked what you said. Not only it is about climate policy, but also about climate action. And this sentence really marked me. And now I will pass the floor to Danso Caripuna from Apoyampi. And the question is the same. What do we understand as territory from the cosmovision of indigenous peoples, and what needs to be combated for the recognition of the territory? Hello, my name is Das Caripuna. I am from the state of Amapá, indigenous land Viasaki Amanga. In the last Coiab assembly was in my village, and I represent Apoyampi in the person of our coordinator, Loane Caripuna, an executive from the Oiapoque region. We are four coordinators, and two of them are here, Demetrio and Karine, and it's an honor for me to be here representing our organization. I'm the general coordinator of my association of the Caripuna indigenous people, ICA, and it's very important to talk about climate change. And for us, our territory is very sacred, where we have our traditions, our customs, and about our territory, currently in the Oiapoque territory, the Wasari and Kalbi indigenous lands, the indigenous peoples are facing challenges with the negotiation for oil exploitation. This will really impact our region. And we are trying to dialogue with the representatives, with Petrobras, the Brazilian oil company, and we have been suffering for over 3 years with the loss of our manioc crops, and my people is suffering. And some time ago, we didn't face that type of challenge. And in our territory, we know that the state of Amapá is the state that has all indigenous lands demarcated. It is the most preserved state, but we are feeling the effects of exploitation, and we are trying to dialogue and suffering with these issues. And Petrobras, with this exploitation in the Amapá coastline, it's really impactful, and the government is supporting this. The mayor and representatives, congress people, the governor of the state of Amapá, and congressmen from the state of Amapá are supporting this. And we are trying to pressure the government to have access to the previous informed consent, but we haven't been able to achieve it. And this is very bad for climate mitigation, and we need to follow the information closely. And we are also suffering with the climate issues and its consequences. And our biggest challenge is this. We have been recently, we met with all leaders of the three peoples in the municipality of Oiapoque. We gathered, we took the people from the GTA where they talked about their experience with oil exploitation. So we are engaging in these discussions, but there has been no agreement, and our territory is always being threatened. Like I said, in the past we didn't face that type of situation. Our land used to be protected, but now with these advances, with change invading our territory, we are no longer able to have peace. The fight of our leaders has been very significant to demarcate our land, but now we're here, young leaders discussing about these issues, and we're going to tackle this very big problem on a daily basis. We suffer with the exploitation of oil in our region, and our chiefs are threatened. Not only our chiefs, but also the representatives from organizations that are combating the oil exploitation are threatened. They need to leave the village, they need to go to another village so that their safety can be preserved because many people are threatened. But that's it, everyone. So in our territory, we're always trying to protect it and trying to monitor it. But we need to be at these negotiation tables about climate so that we can follow the discussions. We have a forum where we have discussions, but sometimes things happen without us being consulted. And this makes us very sad because we need to follow that information about climate change. And for the first time, we're here. If you follow, and our coordinator, Luani, is the one who follows the climate change topics the most, and she imparts that information to us. And well, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And the answer is us. Thank you very much, Danso. So now, within our understanding of territory, we know that territory is cannot be separated from the indigenous people, and that we need the legal security of the territories. That territories include territorial and land governance, but not only the land, but how do we protect the land? And another point is also protecting the territory from threats that impact our territory. So we are creating a picture of what would be the protection of the territory and how we can take these points to the negotiations. And we already have a perspective of what is territory from indigenous peoples. And now, Alexandre, hello, how are you? Welcome. I wanted to talk to you, Alexandre, about this relationship. And if you could perhaps explain to everybody what is this relationship between mitigation and territory? How can we draw this relationship between the territory and the protection of the territory, and why it's important to talk about these elements within not only as a policy but as an action for mitigation? And can you explain more about this? How do indigenous territories contribute to mitigation? Good morning. My name is Alexandre Prado. I'm from WWF Brazil. I'm just arriving in the middle of the panel. My plane just landed, so I just arrived to Brasilia. I'm sorry I wasn't here yesterday. Thank you for the invitation. WWF is a huge partner of Coiab and other indigenous leaders organizations, and I will try and make some comments and perhaps help or at least not confuse you. And first, I'd like to say that in hearing you speak, it made me very emotional because of your ability to resist and to lead. And you have taught us about this for over 500 years. It makes me very emotional. I am from São Paulo. It's a big urban city, and it's as if I learn from you every day what it means to resist in this country. So thank you for inviting me, and I'm very touched. I work in negotiating issues related to climate change. That is my role in WWF Brazil. I have worked with this for a couple of years, about 18 years, and I always see this movement. Sometimes we become closer to the indigenous movement, sometimes we are not as close. We have a platform of the indigenous movement within the UNFCCC, which is where we have the climate change negotiations, which is a platform for indigenous communities and traditional communities. And a while back, the battle was creating a space where we would have the global indigenous movement present in a formalized manner within the negotiations. And it always made me very anxious because I've been to many COPs and there are always many indigenous leaders. I know Alana has been to a COP and she saw that firsthand. Belém, of course, is going to be crazy. We're going to have indigenous leaders from all over the world, thank God, but especially here from the Amazon. So it's many people, but what does that actually mean for negotiations? And how does that impact you in the territories, and how does that protect you in whatever you want to do with your lives? Well, I didn't really see that relationship in the past. I've always been very close to the movement. I read all documents. I discuss the text of the document, if it is must do or should do, and it's everything in English, and it's a hard language. It's a hard language on purpose to exclude those who are not part of these discussions. Every year we have new acronyms, and it's a language that's meant to exclude, not to include. And throughout the years, I saw this. And how do we draw that relationship? Well, the idea of being here, well, I always talk to Alana, and I want to support you in whatever is possible so that you can have more impact in the negotiation processes that do not end now. We know this. We're going to have COP30. We had COP29, 28. There will be COP31. Unfortunately, because us as environmentalists, one is that the problem is solved. We no longer need COPs. Everything has been sorted out, but unfortunately, we are seeing the opposite. The problem only increases every year, and you feel it in your territories much more than me, who live in a big city. So, I think the beginning of this conversation is, well, the indigenous movement, obviously in Brazil, it's very easy for us to see this because the indigenous territories are the most preserved territories. Any areas that are not demarcated as indigenous can be easily deforested. I have monitored the Xingu region from afar, and I have also worked in projects there. And Xingu, 20 years ago, was surrounded by forests. And currently the deforestation arch became an arrow, and it goes up the road, and the Xingu River became isolated, practically. And that was not the case. And it's not by chance that it became isolated. It's because it's a huge indigenous land. And you know that the people who protect the territories are the indigenous communities. And this, for the country as a whole, in terms of climate change, the Amazon plays a very important role. And that is the opportunity we have this year, having a COP in the Amazon. Even though it doesn't belong to the Amazon, we can't speak only of the Amazon. We need to talk about all indigenous issues and indigenous territories in all countries, and the pressures that the communities suffer here. They suffer in Guyana, they suffer in Australia. The mining pressure, like you said, I remember that when we had indigenous leaders from Australia, they said the same thing. They suffer a lot of pressure from mining companies. And I think Indonesia, it's probably the same. And these problems need to be at the forefront and be tackled jointly. And when it comes to rainforests, without the Amazon, it is impossible for us to detain global warming. And that has been recognized by science. There are many scientists. There is a body of scientists by the name of IPCC, scientists who study climate change together, and they are on a path of recognizing the knowledge that is produced also by indigenous traditional communities, which is not the one that is published in scientific international articles. And the IPCC has said for many years that without the Amazon, we will not stop global warming. So, based on that, since the indigenous territory is the one where the forests are more preserved, it is very relevant when we speak of global warming because that is mitigation. It means to avoid deforestation. And I think we should also consider that indigenous territories that are already somewhat deforested can also do reforestation. And there is an important issue, which is adaptation. What is the importance of indigenous territories for the climate adaptation? In Oiapoque, in Pará, we see that the manioc has stopped growing in the last 3 years. And if we look at the raising of sea levels, what will happen in the state of Amapá? Oh no, Alana, I was just getting started. In Amapá, if you look at the projections, especially the part that is closer to the sea will be underwater. What will be the territory left there? These are considerations that should always be made, especially when discussing with the government. This is very important because if we increase the exploitation of oil and gas, be it in Guyana, in Suriname, in Amapá, who is going to make money? We have an idea, right? And we know who's not going to make any money. And we also know who will be the people who suffer the consequences because they already are. So, in addition to mitigation, it is also about adaptation. You have ancestral knowledge about nature, about the Amazon biome that nobody else holds. And well, my time's up in all languages. And I'm saying this because in this COP here in Brazil, in Belém, one of the most discussed items is adaptation. We have the just transition topic, which I think you probably talked about. We have adaptation, and obviously we have mitigation. I think this is more of a conversation, but I'll be here today, tomorrow, and Thursday, and I really hope we can delve deeper into how to make your advocacy more impactful, moving towards action, because that's what needs to be done. When we talk about climate action, that's the right word, climate action. And it's what I think about every day. What are we doing that can create more impact to you that are who are suffering the consequences of something of which are completely blameless? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandre. Alexandre has opened the doors for the following question. I will pass the floor to Ada for the connection. How do we put on the mitigating agenda the recognition of indigenous territories? This is my question for Ada. What is the state within the negotiation agenda if we talk about mitigation? If you consider the role of indigenous people, are we considering the role of indigenous youth? What is at stake at these negotiations? and what can be done not only at a national level but at a regional, international level. What is the situation? This is a difficult question. What is the situation of mitigation negotiations? Now we're going to talk about mitigation, and later on we're going to talk about adaptation. Financing, energy transition also has its agenda, but what is the situation of mitigation, and what are the spaces where we could include these demands on territory, its recognition, governance, and how can we insert this within the different spaces and translate it to the negotiation language. Thank you, everyone. Once more, thank you for giving me the honor to speak on this panel, and I will begin by your final comment. As it's more complicated to begin from what is happening there, the common denominator that was set here is the protection of indigenous territories. And this is beyond its protection, as they are carbon sequestrators, carbon sinks. It's a fertile field that can be explored in this speech. Let's see the actions that we would like to be included on the climate change agenda at a national, regional, and global level on the protection of territories. Recognition already exists in all documents. It appears we recognize the role of indigenous people. We recognize their importance. We recognize that they have a more important role. We are all thankful for that, but it's not worth if we have no actions. To protect territories, as Gisela said, means to protect governance. The indigenous government, the knowledge of indigenous people, its relationship to continue on this protection, and all of this is reflected on the requested financing. But how could we translate it to an understandable language for the rest of the world? I don't believe that you should translate anything. We, on the outside, we should understand what you are talking about. So let's work with what we have so it's understandable for the rest of the world. We can talk about ecosystemic services offered by indigenous territories. There, you already perform an adaptation to the language that is used at COP. And here, you already bring something that is understandable from science and is translated on the respect for Pachamama, Mother Earth, recognize indigenous knowledge on the territory. We include this on the mitigation agenda, on adaptation, and it also enters the loss and damage agenda. It also has the financial mechanisms. What would be the specific action on the protection of territories? What could we write in paper and say, this is what I would like to be talking about by the NDC of my country, or at ACTO at a regional level? I want this to be a COP on climate change in this document. As a technician, I would like to suggest a discussion on declaration of areas where we cannot have extraction. So we should declare them as areas of exclusion in the Amazonian region. This would be amazing, but we need to have many options for negotiation. So the specific action should be decided. It needs to be clear, or else we'll end up with a paragraph that will begin with a preamble that will begin the decisions, but wouldn't it be an operational paragraph? And countries will not take this to their national plans and DCs and so on. Here we have two facets. We have a challenge. So how to not violate indigenous right to self-determination if what we requested is for there to be the declaration of areas of exclusion of activities of extraction, for them to be declared as areas of exclusion. So we need to think about a type of sentence, how to not violate the right to self-determination if another person that will decree my territory as such. The negotiation table is where we make our decisions. It's one of the priorities that were also handled on participation. And there we should also handle the subject of representation on participation, not only just participation, as was already said on the Biodiversity Convention. The challenge is how to communicate on negotiations the priorities of indigenous people. Once more, they must or should understand you, or should you understand them? We have a fight here. Indigenous knowledge is an ecosystemic service. If we translate it, it can be considered an ecosystemic service. Another important thing that should be mentioned, it's the strength of indigenous people united as negotiators. So these are subjects with rights, but they are also players. So within the language, and without contradicting my colleague from Guyana, we are stakeholders, we are players, we are not vulnerable groups. In the language of the Biodiversity Summit on the documents, we have many names for the vulnerable groups. We mentioned that, and once I heard someone saying, we are not vulnerable. We live in vulnerable conditions because we suffer impacts. So this is a different idea. Or else you put it all on the same bag. People with different capabilities, disabilities, and all of that. The thing is to position yourself as an actor or a player or someone that has rights. I also would like to mention something that I thought of when I was trying to talk about the strength that you have as indigenous people. The first colonizers in history are Romans that got into conflict with Europeans. They said, divide and conquer. That's how it is. How they conquered Mexico, as indigenous people were divided. They were divided from the Aztecs, and that's how they were conquered. Indigenous people united have much more strength to negotiate. So thank you so much, and let's continue forward. Thank you, Ada. I believe that this will be the challenge, how to translate the recognition, how to translate this political speech to the language of negotiations. In which document should this be included? And here, an idea that I bring back from Eda's intervention is that COP will not solve everything. So how can we use this path up until COP with all the spaces that can be used at an Amazonian level? We have the ACTO in Colombia, how we can use these spaces to pressure for this recognition of our territory with all this understanding that we have on territories. So here we are going to identify different spaces for pressure. We have national spaces, and one of the national instruments are the NDCs. Here we talk about the indigenous NDC. Opiaki at Colombia is working, or the SAC too. We have this discussion, but this is a means to have a national impact. We're also going to work with regional subjects, how to make pressure to not have it just as a recognition, understand how to translate demarcation, titularity, how to translate it all to the negotiation language. This is a technical and complex language. And how can we translate this to COP? Which documents? We have the global goal for adaptation. All these discussions should be translated in this document, and this is a challenge. This is the work that we are going to help to do as technicians, this consolidation. Thank you so much, Eda, for your intervention. And now I would like to pass the floor to Chico Carneiro. Chico is an international advisor of the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples from Brazil. He's an economist. So, Chico, I would like you to explain what is being done within your ministry to integrate mitigation policies. What are the paths of the ministry? What is the ministry betting on? What are you using to advance on these policies, climate actions from this territorial approach? Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and honor to be here contributing with all of you. I also would like to connect with everything that was said here, but I mean, when I arrived here, Alana was talking about the information. I heard her talking about the lodging. Minister Sonia will further detail this on Thursday. We are working to have an indigenous lodging up until 1,500 indigenous people in Belém. We are discussing this at the International Commission. We can give more information later on, but we are going to have the space for the movement apart from the one with the summit of peoples. We are working towards this goal. On what the ministry is doing to integrate the mitigation policies at a national level. This connects to the discussion of the indigenous NDC in Brazil and with the climate plan discussion. In Brazil, as we work on internalizing our NDCs and other actions, everything that we are committed to performing, among other policies, are included within the climate plan. It ended its phase of adaptation. It will begin the consultation. Now, for the mitigation, it's important for you to talk within this moment in which we're going to have a process of consultation. We have discussed the inclusion of policies for territorial protection, territorial management, as a mitigation policy within the climate plan. This is a discussion that has been advanced on. It's a recent dialogue with the Ministry of Science, Technology, Ministry of the Environment. We have already done a technical round. We're going to have two other more. So we can work little by little with those that come from the public sector. And from this process, we want to try to guarantee the use of the indigenous NDC, focusing on recognizing the importance of indigenous territories as an instrument of carbon consumer to fight climate change. And then we enter in the second question on the legal instruments to advance on this policy. One thing is what we are seeking to do, trying to guarantee for indigenous policies, especially the ones for territorial protection, to become instruments. Another thing is the fight that is happening in Brazil. The discussion in Brazil last week was really hard. Actually, the past 2 weeks were really hard with the advancement of the bill for environmental licensing and the absurd misogynistic attack suffered by Minister Marina, and on the next day, the suspension of the homologation decrees of 2 indigenous lands with Article 2 of the demarcation right that puts the demarcation process of Brazil at a standstill. We have an offensive that is worldly that repercutes in Brazil on those who want to advance for the environmental destruction. We truly need to use pressure instruments, mobilization instruments to try to guarantee for the legal instruments to not be removed. What is happening is precisely that. From the licensing bill, it's difficult to say entrepreneurs, as many of them will be able to perform self-licensing, but we can't perform self-demarcation as it is a crime. So we have an inversion of values that, although we try to advance, like for example in the climate plan, these processes can hinder our action. Has to do with the COP. And that is why we, as Brazilian government, we are also betting on the international strategy of guaranteeing international recognition to reinforce this pressure. And then we enter the negotiation agenda, bringing in important information. From the Climate Week in Panama, there was a dialogue within the mitigation agenda called Mitigation Dialogue that tried to worked with the mitigation in forests. Brazil, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and with our support, took the proposal for the recognition of indigenous territories like the carbon sink and for spaces that can guarantee effectively the climate change, to curb climate change. And now we have a commitment from chairs to include this as a decision for Belém.
And of course, this decision needs to be approved by a specific number of countries. There is a process of adjustment and drafting, but trying to guarantee not only being at the table, but trying to discuss with other countries and talking to the indigenous movements with other countries so that they can also pressure their governments for this decision to be approved would also be a great achievement in the negotiation process in Belém. It's an achievement because it is a demand from the movement, but it is also a leap in the climate convention because, as Ada said, we have always advanced on traditional knowledge, and that is fundamental because traditional knowledge guarantees preservation, but we do not mention the territories. And if we put the protection of territories and the valuing of traditional knowledge together, then you have what is actually necessary to guarantee the preservation of biodiversity and avoiding the emission of greenhouse gases. So we need to move forward in that direction, and we understand that having that decision in the mitigation group would be one of the main achievements during COP. And I'll take my last few minutes to talk about the adaptation agenda, because last week, and I know we're going to talk about the indicators for adaptation, the list of the 490 indicators suggested by experts was published, and now the governments will start a dialogue and negotiation based on the 490. And I'll let other people explain this in more detail, but it's very likely that they will be returned, the indicators will be returned to the experts, and they will be asked to reduce the indicators to 100. And the idea is creating indicators because this impacts the projects. Will the adaptation project be related to COP? Well, if there is a target or an indicator, it will. And what is important? Next year, we're going to have a technical meeting of the technical chamber. And among these main indicators, we will decide the ones that are key for the indigenous movement, for the preservation of the territories to impact the projects. We will highlight them and we will take them as a contribution by the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples and say these cannot be negotiated. The other ones can, and other ministries will try and do this, but at least for us, we will decide what are the main ones. So if we have that work being done also by you, and it helps Brazil to dialogue with other countries in the Amazon basin to defend within the G77 and other groups that Brazil participates on, to defend a more cohesive block of indicators. So we are at your disposal to move forward in that space. And along the same lines, to conclude, I also wanted to talk about financing, but talking about adaptation and a little bit about financing, I'll take advantage of the presence of Rosa from FAS. I will also announce that we just finalized this week a cooperation agreement, and we will launch a selection process for the indigenous organizations of Brazil. We can evaluate if this can be expanded to Latin America for capacity building in adaptation processes from here until COP, so that during COP we could have an award ceremony and dialogue with partners and do business rounds to find ways to directly finance adaptation projects. So this will begin with providing capacity building and selecting processes, and then we will finance the projects because negotiations are important, they're fundamental. Without them, denialism will advance, but we can't expect that much from them. We need to get ahead of them because the climate change is urgent and the best solutions come from you. Thank you. Thank you. And before passing the floor to Fernanda so that she can help us close this discussion, I wanted to remind you of what we discussed yesterday. Yesterday, when we talked about our path to COP30, we mentioned that we can't wait, and that was mentioned by Patricia in her intervention. We can't wait until COP30 to discuss the topics. We have a key space to do this in Bonn during a week where we will, during the 2 weeks where we will deal with some of the topics in the agenda. And it is possible for us to also anticipate some dialogues, because the dialogues will not be moments of negotiation, but they can become new agendas. So it's not just speaking amongst ourselves. We speak amongst ourselves to align ourselves about what we're going to say, but when we go back to our countries, within our countries, we need to pressure on the same topics and talk to the ministries of foreign affairs and the Ministry of Environment for each country to say this should be part of the negotiation agenda and pressure for that. We have different types of relationships with the ministries, see how this can be done in the countries to have their own mitigation agenda. Put that forth in terms of a negotiation agenda, and if we have a negotiation and mitigation agenda, this is where the territories should appear. And this is a possibility, but we need to do advocacy, and we need to do advocacy not only in Brazil, but also in each of the countries that we have, but also with other countries that will be key. And I hope we can have a moment where we can present about what are the key negotiation countries, because they are in the G talking about mitigation. And there will be another panel for Adapter Day. We also talked about the global goal on adaptation and why we mention indicators so much. As we mentioned yesterday, there are many ways to measure adaptation. So for what one country understands as adaptation is not the same as another country understands as adaptation, and they don't measure it the same way. European countries tend to measure adaptation in quantitative terms, while the developing countries tend to measure adaptation in qualitative terms. For example, the role of indigenous peoples. The Europeans do not include this, the role of indigenous peoples in their adaptation indicators. That's why we're talking about indicators, and the indicators will tell us how everyone should measure adaptation. And we will also talk about the implementation of the global stocktake. When you hear GST, which is the stocktake document, we will also talk about this and how this is included in all negotiations. And I got excited, I apologize. But now, Fred, you have the job of talking about the conclusions of the panel. Well, before everything, thank you for inviting me. It's always an honor to be here working with Coiab, and an additional honor to be a part of this panel. I'm currently working at TNC, an NGO that has supported Coiab and the Indigenous movement for a while, but I have followed the climate, COP, and Indigenous peoples agenda in other roles for a long time. And after everything that was said, I think the overview has been given, and I'd also like to bring some historical points that Chico mentioned. There, we have a lot of mentions in the climate conventions, the COPs, the text recognizing the knowledge of indigenous peoples. In the first document, the Kyoto Protocol, it did not mention indigenous peoples at all. The first mention was in 2001 related to traditional knowledge. Mentions to indigenous peoples related to mitigation only appeared at about 2005, 2008, speaking of the territories and the role of the territories at a point 25. And when we search within the convention documents, you see that, yes, from them to now, the number of times that indigenous peoples are mentioned increased, and the participation in numbers of indigenous peoples within the convention increased. We still haven't advanced in this formal recognition of the role of indigenous territories. In the conventions, we have the definition of different countries, and what are developed countries, what are developing countries, what are underdeveloped countries, but we still don't have that definition of the wealth and the cosmovision about the indigenous territories or the collective territories, because there's also a discussion within the convention of what are local communities. So there are many discussions that we still need to have within the different formal spaces that were established, like the Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities platform that was created in 2015, with the Paris Agreement that recognized the role of indigenous peoples and the rights of indigenous peoples, also in a context where we already had the UN Declaration, and also this was recognized in the global stocktake, the GST that Gisela mentioned. It was mentioned the recognition of traditional knowledge and the role of territories, but this GST was drafted to guide the countries to have NDCs that are more ambitious and stronger. And we saw, for example, that in the Brazilian NDC, unfortunately, it did not mention the demarcation or regularization of territories as an instrument. It talks about the implementation of the climate plan, which is this plan that Chico explained about, an instrument that Brazil is revising for the implementation of climate goals. And within the climate plan, mitigation and the national strategy was just sent for public consultation, but the sectorial plans weren't. We need to have a strong component of the demarcation of territories. But going back to the COPs and this global space, the last COP we had in a rainforest country was in 2014 actually, in Lima, in Peru, which was the COP that had for the first time indigenous peoples pavilion, and after 12 years we now again will have a COP in a rainforest country with a huge diversity of indigenous peoples. So I think we have a unique chance and opportunity of emphasizing the recognition of territories and the role of the territories, to emphasize the inclusion of this document that Chico just told us about within this formal space, which is the mitigation working group. So having a document where you talk about the contribution of indigenous peoples, it is key to connect this document with other agendas. And we also have the action agenda for COP, which are agendas that the COP presidents take to the COP with a list of actions. It is not a document that needs to be agreed on, because COP also has this aspect. Anything that is written in a COP document needs to be agreed on by 190 countries. So we have countries that have administrations which are, in the case of Brazil, are allies to the indigenous peoples, but at the same time we have governments that do not recognize in their constitutions the role of indigenous peoples. So it's important that we seek out other agendas that will bring this recognition and this strengthening. So the action agenda of the COP chairmanship is a step, and considering that we have special envoys both from civil society and from indigenous peoples, and Sinaya is here and she can help us with that. There are other spaces that were created this year, which are the circles. We have the People's Circles, which is a space that is being led by the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, which is a space to strengthen advocacy, to strengthen dialogue with the COP chairmanship, with the negotiators, and it's a space where we can present the demand for demarcation, for the formal recognition of territories as a contribution. We will also have, led by Minister Marina, in the same way we had the global stocktake to look at the climate change scenario, we will have the ethnic global stocktake, which will be a stocktake to showcase attention to climate change, and we can see how the demarcation of territory is a climate justice space. And something that Gisela said, and I will conclude with that, is the synergy agenda. It is one of the priorities of the COP chair, André Corrêa do Lago, to create the synergies between the Climate Convention and the Biodiversity Convention. It is the Biodiversity COP happened in Colombia last year, and they brought forth this agenda very strongly for the countries, and organizations were also asked to talk about what is a synergy agenda for them, and they have a target of having up to 2030 30% of the world with protected areas, and this includes indigenous territories. So the synergy agenda is still not a formal COP agenda, but we can have that dialogue with the chairmanship, with the negotiators, because when Brazil takes on the chairmanship, we are still not the chairs of COP, we are still under the chairmanship of Azerbaijan, but it has great influence. So if in Bonn we can have the synergy agenda as a negotiation item, it will also be another advocacy space for us to have the recognition, the formal recognition of territories within a decision. And be able to make the countries have targets, because since the countries are working on their climate goals, they're also working on their biodiversity goals. So they will have to say what they're doing about that 30%. So it's another way of connecting this agenda to other agendas. Well, my time is up. I've been here since yesterday, and I'll be here until Thursday to contribute. And once again, I'd like to congratulate Coiab and everyone responsible for the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fernanda, for the summary. Let's now change things a little bit, but without further ado, Fernanda, thank you so much for the summary and for bringing this list of instance focus that we need to have. That could be the action document of the COP, the document that Chico spoke about, a document for dialogue and mitigation for this to become the instrument of the global ethical balance that is from Brazil, and biodiversity, and also the conversations that could be given on with the special invitees here. We should also talk to the governments with Colombia, with the Amazonian government. So now let's make a pause. Let's go for the coffee break, and then we come back for the Q&A, and we will go up until noon, 12:30 actually, and then we come back. Oh, we're going to take a picture of the panel. 10 minutes. Partners, relatives, please sit down. Let's come back to our moment of debate. Where is our mediator? Who are we missing? Juan. Bring Juan. Ada. And well, Juan. We're just missing Juan. As he's coming late, he's going to dance. You will have to dance. As you came late, you're going to have to dance or sing. Well, with this song, then we are going to begin once more. We are all awake after this break. I will speak more slowly as I tend to speak really fast in all languages. I get emotional, so I get excited, so that's why I speak really fast. So let's remember. So this morning we have spoken about mitigation. What is mitigation? How do we reduce greenhouse gases, which is one of the causes of climate change? How can we make the indigenous territories be recognized? Everything that regards them not only as a climate policy but as a climate action. This was our theme of discussion. And right now we have questions from the audience. We have 4 people subscribed that will make comments, questions, interventions. If someone would like to answer, you can do so. So now let's begin with Tabea Cacique, the representative from IDSAP Peru. Okay, she has 5 minutes. Thank you for this space. It's not a question, actually. It's a comment from what I have heard here. I would like to compliment the actions that are being performed by IDSAP Peru. By analyzing the presentations, ever since yesterday, we have seen that it's difficult to talk about this theme as indigenous people, to talk about the climate change. It's a subject where the lexicon is not understood in our languages of the indigenous people. So I would like to talk about the national actions about our territory as IDSAP. The main thing for us is the legal guarantee of territories, and within our agenda as IDSAP, we are articulating processes and initiatives as indigenous people with autonomous territorial governments. And this is the idea. There is no legislation, its own legislation in our country, but this is a challenge and the initiative of indigenous movements in our country. And we as IDSAP are propelling this process. I also would like to talk about traditional knowledge. For us, we speak about this theme. However, the work should begin from the territory to showcase the effectiveness of the work that is performed by us indigenous people. Currently, there is a proposal being articulated with the Quechua brothers and sisters, the Yawahu from San Martin, Fenamata, with the territorial government of Harabu. So we have such initiatives to go to COP30, understanding our own knowledges on mitigation. We also have a work being performed by women on the territory, and this is all thanks to the work of our partners. Within IDSAP, we try to collect the contributions of our partners to be able to reach territories and give visibility to the work that is being performed by our population within communities. Nationally, we work with governments, despite the fact that our country does not have the best conditions within the executive and legislative branch, but it doesn't mean that we can't work with the ministries, as it is important to articulate processes on climate change to go to COP, and we do this through this relationship with the government, making proposals as indigenous movements and make requests for public policies. And this is what we are doing with the Ministry of the Environment. We are making proposals. We have our climate platform where we perform contributions, where we contribute in our country, Peru. So we thank Coiab for giving us this space, and I hope that this document, the initiatives, the contributions, we hope that this document can be published at Caucus. There isn't a single voice of indigenous people of the Amazon. So we must evaluate this as there are weak points. What is happening? It's necessary to not only political decisions need to be taken, but we also need to follow up the technical processes. We have the caucus meetings, the online meetings, the working group meetings, and all of this should be considered. We should not only just go to COP and have decisions being made as they were already discussed throughout the years, and then we come at COP just to decide on things. So within this pre-COP that will be performed at Bonn, that is when we need to have the contributions of the Amazonian indigenous people to be able to have an impact. They arrive at COP just to approve things, but the work is really done on the pre-COP. So I follow the processes have been following the processes ever since COP25, and it is important to reassess what is happening so we can have our own voice on such subjects of the Amazon. Thank you so much, Tabea. IDSAP truly was able to include legal security of territories in the NDC. So Peru has already made it possible within the NDC. All of that thanks to the movement's fight. Thank you so much for your contributions. And I also would like to talk about the autonomous territorial governments. I believe that this is in Colombia, we are having a discussion on ETIs. So I believe that this could be a good contribution to share what the autonomous territorial governments are, how we created the ETIs at Colombia, and bring this discussion to Brazil and other countries, as they are interesting discussions that could enrich this proposal. As Tabea said, what is amazing about this space is that we can take an Amazonian proposal and for it to be thought of for Bonn, as Bonn is where we begin this roadmap to include the Amazonian agenda for COP30. So I believe I have summarized what Tabea said really well. Well, the second comment is from complement what we did not mention. So now I'm going to pass the floor to Rui Manchineri. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rui Manchineri. I am a rapporteur from Acre. I am coordinating the organization of Mushipara, the indigenous movement from Acre. Yesterday in my speech, I remembered the legal security, and I spoke about the time frame argument that even though we have the Article 231 and 238 that recognize the demarcation of the lands in our federal constitution, there is a bill that took our legal security. And now we have the revoking of our territories that were already demarcated. And I have remembered that we followed the voting process of the time frame argument. And one of the justices from STF, if I'm not mistaken, was Luis Barroso. He said the following, that the indigenous theme, the Article 232, 238, could be non-disclosure agreements, non-disclosure clauses. We are talking about NDCs and the demarcation of indigenous lands. And why is that? We'd like even to talk about our relatives of the Amazon. This needs to be mobilized within our sphere as this eternity clause. This is one that is pétrea in Portuguese. It's like a rock. So that's why within this clause we have other themes, which one of them was even the law of voting. So in the past they wanted to break this, but they were not able to do so, as we already had foreseen this. And this was so secure that even with these narratives they were not able to break this. And that is why the justice from STF quoted them. And I would like to see with the organizations that are here for us to think about this idea of our legal security given the time frame argument, as there may be a parliamentary amendment that can try to revoke the demarcated territories. And it's really dangerous, and we're talking about the point of no return on this sense. If we classified our territories or the 231, 232 clauses as being eternity clauses, we can then have the articles that complement this. And in this sense, on the ANDCs, we see a low financing in fighting climate change that does not reach the basis. Yesterday, there was an interesting space for this theme, as we, on the training that we had at the CAFI, we saw a concrete case from the public ministry that he barred an employment given that the state and the company did not have the consultation protocol in an adequate manner. This is also fundamental for the indigenous territories that have this type of situation going on. What can we do? And one thing that I would like you to remember is that we on the NDCs need to think about financing. The Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, we have a representative here. It should be interesting to see a means to broadly implement this in the Amazon, as the constitution protocols, as I said, can be used by the Attorney General to bar such things. And let me see if I'm forgetting something. And we should also talk about mapping. Perhaps the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples and other organizations can perform mappings. Coiab has this role of foreseeing the mapping in the indigenous territories, which can be fundamental for the implementation of this NDC here in Brazil. And it can also be obeyed if we understand this idea with the other brothers and sisters that we have here from the Amazon basin. Well, I believe that's what my comment was about. Thank you. Thank you. That's these are things from Brazil that you have mentioned. They mentioned the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. So I would like someone from Brazil to make a comment on what was said. Thank you so much. I will try to complement what you have said on the articles 231 and 232. I believe it was Fernanda or Chico that talked about the climate plan, which is the implementation of the NDC in Brazil. And when you go to the guidelines of the climate plan, it talks about the 225 article, which is the environment. They should talk about the 231 and 232. This is a demand that could be done now. On the guidelines of the climate plan, we should also put this eternity clause. The climate plan is a plan. If it's going to work or not, we don't know. But it will depend on us. If a really bad government comes in 2027, we need to make it stand still. If we have on the guidelines the 231 and 232, it becomes an eternity clause that all the actions involved in the climate plan, be it for mitigation or adaptation, need to also consider these two articles. This is a demand, Chico is here, which can be done for the government. On financial resources, we do not have the silver bullet. I mean, for nothing. We need to seek any viable source.
And I think that, well, it's horrible, but perhaps we should say this. If we have impactful enterprises in indigenous territories and in the areas of influence of indigenous territories, any type of enterprises, it can be a dam, it can be oil and gas, anything, that part of the financial contribution of the royalties, a big part, is directly funneled to indigenous communities. That does not exist. It's a demand that needs to come from the movement. But what is the contradiction there? You can think, since it's a source of resources, you may think, well, I hope there is, because these are financial resources. But if it happens, it's best that we have a specific definition that currently doesn't exist, because for example, power plants and dams, if we go to Belmonte or Geral or any power plant that impacted indigenous territories, what they followed was the licensing law. And after the licensing process ended, then that was it. But if you have a contribution, a financial compensation on the use of water, for example, it's a significant resource. It's not billions, but since every resource counts, if there was a percentage that should, in a mandatory fashion, be funneled to communities both upstream and downstream, it's better than having nothing, since the dam is there either way. So this should be carefully evaluated, and it is a consideration that we should perhaps do now, because this discussion about licensing, which is awful, it's the worst thing that to happen in the last 40 years in environmental terms in the country. How can we hold this back and propose new things? So just airing out an idea. And just to complement something very briefly that I wanted to add to my intervention, but I forgot, the climate convention is not binding. It does not monitor the countries. The targets are not automatically enforceable. The countries need to internalize the targets. So it's very important that we are always following and monitoring, especially here in our case, what Brazil proposes. Because, for example, in the last administration, Brazil had already set targets. The NDC that Brazil had previously was binding. It had been approved in Congress, and that served for us uh, to pressure the government. It's a government that was pretty shameless, but we always used the commitments undertaken to put pressure on the government. The zero deforestation commitment, the NDC commitment. So it's very important that when we occupy international spaces to determine the global policy, we should also bring the decisions that are taken in these spaces and taking advantage of this sometimes positive multilateral moment and internalize it in Brazil and in each country, because then we can put pressure on the government. And if it is not the case, like for example now with the licensing bill, in the year that Brazil is hosting COP, and we want to show that we're reducing deforestation, that we respect the rights of indigenous peoples, the Congress is going against that. So in the same way that it's very important to follow the international scenario, it's important to follow the national scenario and always put pressure on the government, and also to bind this to a legal safeguard. For example, in RED, there were the safeguards. In order for a country to achieve RED resources for results achieved, it needs to show that it shares the benefits, that there is participation from indigenous peoples and traditional communities, that there is previous and informed consultation. So when we link these rights or points to any mechanism, this is another space where we can use to put pressure on the country, considering that the climate convention is not binding. So, and just because we also mentioned monitoring, we have had many initiatives, and we have discussed with FUNAI about an initiative by the name of GAT Monitor, which monitors environmental management in indigenous territory, the implementation of the PGTAs. We have dialogued with Coiab and FUNAI to have that monitoring, and to also build a human development index for the territories, but based on the perspective of the indigenous peoples. And this is something which will be expanded, but which is also being done to connect this to climate policies and to be able to monitor if the resources, even if they are few, and we hope that they increase, that are received in relation to the climate, if they actually contribute to the improvement of the good living of the traditional peoples. Well, I'll try and be brief. And I think that the inclusion of the 321 article is important. I have jotted down your suggestion, but please put this in the public consultation, which will be received as a suggestion, not only for Alexandre, but for everybody. And I think about the policies for protection and management of territories. They complete each other, and incentivizing the formulation of PGTAs, of consultation protocols with normative instruments based on indigenous peoples, is a guideline that we have at the ministry. We have specific sectors working on this, and definitely engaging in dialogues with Coiab, with other organizations, with APIB, the other organizations, the local organizations. And, well, not just based on financing, knowing that the organizations can can also implement. We need to look at ways of measuring this. And these are issues that stay regardless of the administration because it comes from you. So there will be instruments for the better management of the territory and also instruments to defend the territory. So, of course, we need to move forward in the implementation of the PGTAs and of the consultation protocols. These are complementary measures that are as important as the very protection of the territory in guaranteeing the good living as a whole and the livelihoods and the traditional knowledge and the biodiversity management. And about financing, well, this is a very complex discussion that we need to move forward on, and at the national level. In this administration, we increased the FUNAI budget, we are increasing the ministry's budgets, but it's an administration that is cutting expenses because the rule is the rule of the financial system that says that social policies cannot grow over a ceiling. They prioritize economic and industrial policies and all of the others. So even in an administration that is increasing resources for the indigenous policies, for example, our policies to remove invaders from indigenous lands only exists because the Supreme Court demands this. And this was a legal process that was started by APIB. Because if it came in the traditional because if it came from traditional methods, the answer would have been there's no money to do this. If this administration was 3 times more committed, it still would have been to non-avail. And so the tackling of the droughts in the Amazon, who determined that we should have more resources to combat droughts in the Amazon? The Supreme Court. So we have a clear limit. And we need to do this in a country sphere, and we need to guarantee that the conventions recognize the role of territories and indigenous traditional knowledge to tell the world that the indigenous policy and that the organization's actions are also a global responsibility, not just a country responsibility. That's why we go abroad as well. And yes, we're moving forward in new financial initiatives. We had the Biodiversity Convention, we achieved the Kali Fund, and now we are in the discussion of the TFFF, and we are also discussing the pledge, which is one of the great legacies we want to bring to COP30. Will this solve the problem? No. What's happening all over the world? Several of the countries who will support the pledge and the TFFF are reducing their budgets for environmental protection and protection of rights to increase their war budgets. And that is the context where we need to fight together. Thank you. Thank you, Chico. And before I pass the floor to our third person who is going to speak, we're going to have 6 interventions. I wanted to talk about the management of expectations. There are things that will be included in the negotiations towards COP30, but that doesn't mean that we can speak of other things in this context. So, for example, the indigenous policies that are being discussed in the Brazilian Congress. So Brazil and Belém are receiving many journalists, and this will be the moment to use actors like journalists to talk about what is happening in the Brazilian Congress and to tell them why it's wrong and how we can connect this to other experiences, because they will try and relate this to what is happening in the context of the COPs. So, how can we talk about the demarcation of land and the combating of the demarcation of indigenous land, which is happening in the Congress, to other things? And we need to talk about how this impacts the recognition of territories and different types of advocacy we can make, and we can use the advocacy spaces. So I just wanted to compliment with this and to now pass the floor to Marquinhos Carajá from Arpic Tocantins. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so everyone's awake. I'd like to thank the panel and congratulate everyone who's here. You're wonderful panelists. And I wanted to thank my relatives for being here, those who aren't from Brazil, who are from other countries. And thank you all, Brazilian indigenous peoples, for being here. And I listened to some of the interventions, and since we're talking about COP, there are a couple things that I think are interesting when we talk about the climate issue. The first thing I see is that within a system where we discuss the climate issue, the environmental issue, and we have departments in the government that discuss the indigenous issue, but when we look at the budget for the environmental topics, and when you look at the budget for agribusiness, it goes against everything we're discussing. And when I talked about the blowing up of the Lourenço mountain close to the Tocantins River, that was just licensed by the environmental agency, and I even talked to a federal prosecutor just the other day, and I said I find some things about Brazil very weird, because often someone who's living in a settlement, and they are often fined for misdemeanors and they lose everything they have, and then you see the explosion along the banks of 40 kilometers of the Tocantins River. A dynamite blowing up in a river will achieve an average of 3 kilometers. If it's 3 kilometers of whatever is underwater is going to die with an action like that, and it is not punished. So the country really makes me sad, because we're Brazilians, but we see that in order to commit crimes, all it takes in Brazil is having money. If you have money, you can freely commit crimes. And when we're discussing the environmental issue, you see that the way that works is we're very tiny in this context. We're many, but we become very small, because the powerful, there is an inversion of values that says that whoever has money is bigger. So everything is completely the other way around in our country. And I ask myself, how can we show the world that that is the case? When I see something like, oh, we have been recognized as the people who preserve nature, I don't agree. We have never been recognized. They know we preserve the environment, but they never pay us for that. When we talk about RED, the stocks are in indigenous territories, but we're not paid for that. We don't have the rights. They tell us that, oh, we're going to look into how we can benefit you. But since you didn't deforest anything, you don't get compensated for anything. And it's contradictory to discuss this. How can we do that? And when is it that the world is going to recognize us? Because we've been here for 500 years in Brazil protecting nature, and we're still here. And I want us to find a way to be recognized. For real. Not just, oh, indigenous peoples are the biggest protectors of nature. Yes, so what? In order for us to come this far, many people consider us as people who are delaying the development of our country, tell us we're lazy, we don't want to work. And what is the price of that? Who pays the price for all of that? Is it just us? Are we the only ones to pay the price? I think we need to be really recognized. And we need to find a way to impact COP, to show the world that we need to be recognized and compensated. We need to be compensated for the protection work we do for the world, because we are suffering the impacts more than anyone, because there are places where we don't have electricity to install air conditioning systems, and the climate specialists tell us that people are dying from heat. And this year in Tocantins, we will go through an extreme heat wave, and we don't have air conditioning there. But in the city, everyone has air conditioning in their cars, in their homes. So the chance of the people in the city surviving is very good. But what about us? So I wanted us to think about this, because we're going to COP, but we need to find a world to make the world recognize and pay us for that, and not just talk about it. Who would like to react to the comments? We will now take more questions, and then we will take the answers. So, wow, that's a hard question, right, Marquinho? Concita from Pepipa.
We're going to hear all the questions and then we're going to answer. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations for the panel. Beautiful speeches, clarifying speeches. I'm sorry, we are using these new terms. We come from the territory, and there are many words that we don't really know how to speak. Well, Marquinhos' anger is the same that I have and for all of us. In the state of Pará, we are building red. We are being part of rounds, but in the end, what we really wanted was to receive for everything that we have been keeping in this standing forest. It's what is fair. We're not the ones who are benefiting from this process. We're not. The ones are those who use what we do for free without demanding any compensation. And now we have a law, the people, scientists, and they make many considerations, but needs to come to our territory, in our villages where we live, where truly all of this return of the climate change is coming. This comes from our children, the pregnant women, the elderly, all the change in our food chain. We should be well paid for all of that, but unfortunately we know that we have difficulties in our path. And I would like to ask first to TNC Fernandez. She said that COP30 is a unique opportunity to reinforce the inclusion of indigenous participation on the services of the forest protection. Apart from screaming, going to the streets, to the highways, doing the freeland camp, what else do we need to do for us to have our voice being heard within such spaces? That is the question. Our relative in the Cauco is the only one that is there talking about climate change. I am sure that she's going to represent us really well. The other thing is regarding what Chico spoke about on this contradictory situation of everything that we have been seeing, showcasing legal stuff, as Chico said, illegal things that become legal, which is the liberation of this law of death that does everything on the contrary to the discussions of climate change, where we have the suspension of the homologation of indigenous lands, advancements for the destruction of our territory, self licensing for those who want to enter our territories without consultation. So they want to enter our territories and then the Senate, the congressmen free everything up, and we have no resources. The government has no resources to demarcate our lands. And then I ask once more to those that are going to be within the negotiations if this climate financing couldn't come for the demarcation of our lands. It's fair. We have money. I don't know where it is. It doesn't go to our territory, and when it goes there, we need to go through a difficult process. So, financing for the demarcation of indigenous lands, this is what is fair. Now, how to do that, you that are so far away from us, that are just now hearing about COP and so on, this is the third one I'm going to participate. And I see that red is a discussion that needs to be transferred for us so we can understand what it is, have this in our own language so we can understand this. Congratulations to the panel, and that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Concita. We have now Christoph from Maranhão. And after Cristo, we have Chico Capurinan. Well, I will begin differently. I will say bonjour. I will mix my language with another one. Well, I have a simple question, but then I began to write things as I heard Rui, and it's a little bit big. So I just would like to make this question to you guys on the panel, especially Ada, as she had an interesting comment, and I thought it was really cool the way that she expressed herself, and to our relative Dasson. And I would like you to answer this in your minds too. And for everyone here, if you want to answer it, I will be really happy. Given this scenario of the COP, we at the base, can we somehow contribute to help reach the objectives that we have for COP? We at the base, can we somehow help those who perhaps are not going, is not coming for the discussions? How could we help? Could we help those who are there now? Is there a means for the community to contribute to reach these objectives, given that when we come to COP, 99% of the decisions we know that they're already made. Everything is already articulated, organized. If so, those who are at the base, how could we help to reach this objective? We have two means of thinking. We have one that says that the means by which indigenous people seek their rights has changed. People said, oh, before we would have a truck full of people, and then we would have results, and then they would close a business, and then we would have a result. They would arrest the government official, and then we would have a demand. But this has changed. Now we no longer have this possible. This is no longer feasible nowadays. Nowadays, the means by which we reach such results is another one, which is through dialogue, discussion, laws. However, we have something complex. We can see that some relatives have made a decision to go to how things did before happened before. Oh, let's reach our objective like this. Let's close a highway. I mean, we have reached an objective. Oh, let's paralyze something. And then we got some objectives. We have seen this happening this year. And why am I asking this? In the current spheres, we have many positive results. For example, a PB has a resource goes with an appeal on the Supreme Court, and we sometimes win things. We win more than we lose, actually, but we have little gains. And when we lose, it's a slap in our faces. For example, the Supreme Court says that there is a time frame argument, and with that, the conciliation chamber came, and then we lose, as we're going to have the conciliation chamber, but we have no IPB to represent us. When the representatives from IPB come, they say that this is not an environment for conciliation. It's a decision that was already made, and as they have done so many times, they take picture with us to say that we are hearing us. We have seen this happening a lot. We have a Ministry of Indigenous People. We have FUNAI. But with FUNAI, we do no longer have its role of demarcation and put it to another entity. We have the Ministry of Indigenous People. As Marquinhos has said, the resources for protection are much lower than agriculture, than the ones for destruction. So I have this question for you. Could we have some strategy? And I thank you so much. Thank you, Cristo. Chico Apurinã from Podali. Congratulations to Chico. I don't know if it's good morning or good afternoon. I am already really hungry. I also would like to say what I understand from this conversation, my concerns regarding this theme, and to say that these are really complex themes. We can't understand them really well, and it's so many information. We want to understand something and then the other, but I mean, to externalize what was already discussed here, I understand I'm participating for the second time on such discussions of financing international cooperation. And I say that as in the 1992, when we had the Rio 92 conference, we had many discussions with the governments, internationally, nationally, civil society. And with that, we had the demarcation of lands in the Amazon, which was the Pepetal. I was able to follow the process. It's 16 years of implementation that demarcated indigenous lands in the Amazon. I believe that right now we are organizing ourselves for these portions of lands to be demarcated or recognized, however it is, the advancement for it to happen throughout Brazil as a whole. And I would like to remember to ourselves that we still need to participate as a PINSU, a PINSUDeste, Terena Council, as this is a fight from all of us. Another thing that I think about for you all on the panel and all of us relatives and partners is that we already have an instrument in Brazil. What is our instrument? It is the 1988 Constitution. Article 231 states that from the drafting, we would have 5 years to demarcate all indigenous lands in Brazil. We have no fulfillment of this for 32 years. I would like to make it clear, I have already participated in 3 COPs on these international discussions. There wasn't much advancement. The commitment of countries that pollute the nature, heat, the climate hasn't changed much. What's changed is the financing for this debate. But it's not the COP or us that will perform this financing. Those who do that is those who are polluting the land up until today. And in my standpoint, it's as if we had taken the responsibility of those who are heating up the planet. I'm pretty sure that the Amazon itself cannot sustain the climate. It's things that are still going to heat up. What was said here, our products will no longer be working. All the plants, I mean, we are living, we who are working there at the tip, at Acre, pulling our canoes. Before we would go in our boats through the rivers, and now we have no longer water anymore to go through the rivers. I mean, these are companies coming to our lands, polluting everything, receiving financing. It's as if we were saying, for example, if we receive the money, we are going to sustain to not heat up anymore. And this is not true. This is not true. And no, we are not demanding from these rich countries that pollute the entire world to have a measure for them to truly reduce, to stop what they are doing. To finish up, I can see my time is almost over. Everything that was said here, we also need to bring back a strong demand. What is happening in the Congress, for example, is diminishing or will diminish our rights. That's what they're doing. We also need to report what is happening. To just think that the demarcation will guarantee our sustainability is wrong. There are some people who command that want to exterminate everything, and this is really bad for us. We have a policy that we have built in Brazil, the Tenegade, that mobilized Brazil, the policy, and it's there. We need to see how it can truly be a policy that will benefit our territories, protect them, have actions that can generate resources in our territories, strengthen what we do, and strengthen what we also do not do, to create strategies to strengthen the dynamics in our territories. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chico. To finish up, we have the last intervention from Jocelyn from French Guiana. You can put your phones so you can hear the interpretation. Thank you so much for giving the floor to me. Well, my question is about for the Ministry of Indigenous People in Brazil, the NGOs, and my colleague Caripuna from ICA. I remember that the autonomous people in Guyana have fought the offshore exploitation of oil that gave that arrived a law, ILO, that hindered the exploitation of oil, stopped the exploitation of oil. We have an exclusive economy in Guyana and the French Guiana, and the Brazilian project for offshore oil exploitation in Amapá makes us really sad. We have sufficient elements on the impact that it would give to us. I have followed the lobbyists of oil in Guyana, a lobby that makes paternalism, that defines indigenous people with the poor people in the region, as if they were preaching things. They present oil as if it was God's miracle. 30th of May, all chiefs of the Yapoke region, we made a call of urgency as they refuse, at least for now, to exploit oil. I have heard the Ministry of Indigenous People talk about consultation. Perhaps it's the interpretation that is bad. If you talk about free and transparent consent, what is the position of the Ministry of Indigenous People? This ministry is just for show? Or is it a true ministry that defends the rights of indigenous people? The second question of the NGOs speaks about the possibility of financial compensation for indigenous people. Now in total, Petrobras can give $5 million easily to perform compensation, as there is going to win $200 billion. So we have the principles, and we also claim the right of veto to the sovereignty on our territory. And I would like to ask to my Karipuna relative, how could we make our rights be respected during COP30, to find spaces as we're going to have the world press, and how can we work together in this sense? Thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna ask each one to make comments, each panelist to make their comments in 2 minutes. But I know there are questions that were asked directly for some. So those who have questions to answer can speak for a bit longer, but please be aware of the time, because we don't have a lot of time and people are hungry. So 2 minutes to make your comments. We will follow this order and then we will conclude, because I think the questions are more to the other side of the panel. So I'll pass the floor to Faye now.
So many of the questions that I've just heard, I have those questions myself. And what I want to let people here know, especially those who do not yet, I dare say, have a constitution that specifically speaks to indigenous peoples in your country. Being from Guyana, Guyana boasts to have one of the legislations that protects its people, yet, you know, we all share common concerns and common issues. So what I want to leave with you is that even though there is a constitution that has the responsibility to represent and defend indigenous peoples and their rights, implementation is another side of the coin that must be addressed. And so for us in the Guyana context, while we do appreciate what is being covered in our laws, the Amerindian Act, as I mentioned earlier, there is an urgent call for that revision. But beyond that revision, we want to see implementation. So, I mean, sometimes you might think, oh, they have a constitution that protects their people, but implementation is severely lacking. And so this would certainly be something that I'm looking to see how other countries will strategize in presenting for the COP. And given what I've heard from so many different persons here, it appears as though we've had so many COPs and yet we have so many unanswered questions and so many issues that have not yet been rectified. So what makes this one so different? How will our indigenous peoples who are going to participate in this COP make that difference? I certainly look forward to learning from other countries and to see how they will strategize and how we can also join, pattern, and collaborate as a collective.
Thank you very much. I think we only have 2 minutes, right? So briefly, I'd like to complement the message, the previous message. And of course, as indigenous peoples, the territory, that's very clear for us that the territory is part of our lives. But people in other spaces don't understand that. And what we're trying to do here is to decide how this message can be imparted in these global spaces and what each country is going through. For example, in Ecuador, there is an article in the Constitution 57 that establishes the right of peoples and indigenous nationalities, and that recognizes the identity, the culture, the land, and the right to the previous and informed consent, and other fundamental rights. And there is a clear example that we have the Constitution, but there is no respect for indigenous peoples in these territories. Of course, we're discussing climate change and also climate action that are key, but how can that climate action give answers to the communities? Because the territory is us, and if the territories are being threatened, the indigenous peoples are being threatened. So we need to keep on thinking and discussing, because I feel that this space is our space to focus on how can we be compensated. And I wanted to make clear that the situation, the climate situation in Ecuador is a clear example, as was mentioned, because we have seen that they want to end fossil fuels, but we haven't seen any actions, and it's very complex to see how we can communicate this. But I am confident that we can do that work together and do that very strong advocacy together, so that it is a fundamental mechanism for the global space. Thank you very much. Answering the question of relative Christo, I think that in order for us to become stronger as relatives who will represent us in COP, we need to be stronger, and we need to have more representation in these events. We need to take our voices, because at the base we almost don't have information. So our representatives, we need to meet with them more in our territories, with the people who participate in these COPs and in the climate change events, and to talk about the impacts that our peoples are suffering. So I think that we can strengthen our representatives, because each indigenous people has their representatives that participate in this discussion. So we need to meet with them locally to talk about our demands and take our voices to these events and to the entire world. And I think that's what I had to say, Christo. I think our representatives are other people, and we are currently very happy to participate in such important debates, but we need to take them to our territories and respond. And answering our relative from the French Guiana, recently we had a meeting in our territory talking about oil. Like I said, we took some people from the French Guiana who were there as well in that meeting. We also have the Kalina people. Our secretary, Sonia Gajajaki, is representing us, and she talked about this event we're going to have, and we have a committee that's going to the French Guiana to discuss about this oil issue. And I think we will partner up with you against this, and that's it. Thank you. very briefly, I'd like to answer Christo, and I'll give one example. You have ideas and proposals in the base communities, right? And these proposals need to be connected to what is happening in the national negotiations and what could happen at ACTO and what will happen in COP and in Bonn. And we have a decision that will be made, which will be what are the adaptation indicators. The adaptation indicators, well, someone will have to measure something. So the base communities can define what will be measured and how it will be measured. And how can we measure indigenous knowledge? So the proposal will be complemented with we are the ones who are going to measure the knowledge because we are the ones who are knowledgeable, and we will inform the country so that the country can inform the COP. So this construction is what we're planning here, and here we have different pathways for different indigenous peoples, and spaces like this one cause make our answer of what we want be much more powerful than just something that is imposed in terms of what we're going to measure in terms of water or sanitation. We can measure how many plants in our communities need to not be deforested so that the carbon sinks can still exist. And these are the people who are in the territory are the ones who are measuring that information. So also communicating with other indigenous peoples in the world to start thinking about how you can participate without losing sight of the fact that all negotiations, results, and implementation in terms of the environment is very slow. So we should not lose hope, and you are examples of continuous, strong solidarity fighting. Thank you. Well, making a comment about the comment, I would like to emphasize that we really hope we can build the adaptation indicators together, but this will have to be for Bonn because it's one of the main deliveries for COP30. So next week we have a meeting in the technical chamber of the PNGAD, Brazil, but if we receive contributions from other countries, it's better. And about the several questions, trying to use my 2 minutes wisely, no, the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples is not just for show. We obviously have a lot of challenges, but like I said, if we were a 3 times more progressive government or administration, we still wouldn't have a budget. And perhaps if we were 10 times more progressive as an administration and as a society model, we would have the structure to be more combative, for example, against mining. And like the peoples are resisting, we are also resisting within several government instances, but it is a complex process. And we look at what's happening around the world. It is a global it is a global issue. And in Australia, for example, the denialist candidate almost won. So it is a process of resisting. And how can you participate? And I will mention some of the initiatives that we have taken to help you resist. Well, in all biomes and in all states, we are having the COP relative cycle, which is a process of discussion by state on how to participate on COP. And we are building this together with the base organizations as a ministry. This weekend, we're going to have in the Pantanal biome, first at the Terrana Council, and then it's going to go to other states, including the state of Maranhão. I think that is one way we have indigenous leaders being trained to work in the negotiations. We have Lueni Karipuna, for example, who is one of the students who is being trained as a negotiator. She will be in Bonn in the negotiation tables, and she will bring feedback and answers to you. And that's why they're getting trained. They are not being trained to replace diplomats, but to strengthen the movement. And among other examples, like I mentioned, we are about to launch the capacity building course for the drafting of adaptation process, and then we're going to have an award ceremony and a dialogue. And I think Fernando and more people talked about the fact that Coiab is, and Gisela as well, that Coiab is a space that has the blues on, but that has other possibilities of action and of diversifying and taking the indigenous voice to the green zone, to the protests, to the lodgings, and not only during Coiab. I think you mentioned some forms of resisting, and a Brazilian poet says that when people fight, all weapons are valid. So occupation of public buildings, of roads, and also advocacy, negotiation, meetings. We need to also go to the Supreme Court, trying to elect more indigenous Congress people and try and find the best way for indigenous peoples to be heard. Indigenous peoples are the answer, and we're together and we will keep on being resistance. Thank you. Well, I will try and briefly answer Concita about how having the actual participation, and when I say we're in a very unique moment, is that all eyes are turned to Brazil. And not just this year because of COP, but ever since last year when Brazil presided over the G20. And this year we are also chairing the BRICS. So we never had a sequence of so many international events, so many connection to the international sphere as we are having now. And it's a moment where all organizations and embassies, I think this week we're having the Amazon Week, where the Embassy of Paris, Brussels, and Berlin are celebrating the Brazil Week. So Brazil is being discussed worldwide, so we need to take advantage of this moment, not only during the COP in Belém, but take advantage of all the events throughout this year and media opportunities. And I think you are doing one of the things that are more, I had more time because a direct question was asked. Well, and you're already doing something very important now, which is having a unified strategy. For example, in 2013, when we had a lot of discussion about RED during the COPs, the Coiab launched a Indigenous Amazonian RED, which was a counter proposal from the indigenous movement. And this caused the indigenous peoples to be heard by the negotiators. And the same thing is when we started discussing an Amazonian fund. So when you present, it's very sad, of course, when we think, oh, they're discussing this, but we are the ones that suffer racism and vulnerability. Will we have to speak their language? But it is a strategy of action. What will be the biggest topic of this COP would be your demand within these main topics. So take advantage of all of the other spaces. Now we have Germany in Bonn. October, we have the pre-COP between October 13 and 15. We'll have governments from all over the world who will be here in Brasilia to discuss. And we will also have the Amazon Climate Week, a COP of the private sector, Rio de Janeiro Climate Week. We have an intense agenda that is COP related, where the indigenous presence can be very valuable, and not only during Belém, because we know it's very important to be there, to be present, to participate in the negotiations. Last year, for the first time in the history of Brazil, we had the Brazilian delegation headed by an indigenous person. Minister Sonia led the Brazilian delegation. So we have these opportunities, and we need to take advantage of them to take this unified message that you're building, not just to Belém, but to all spaces, and taking advantage of our special envoys, Cinea, André Guimarães with civil society, and that's right, the person from Amazon, Marcelo Brito, with the Amazonian Consortium, and many people that can impart the messages of the movement that will result from this event to build advocacy. Success is not a guarantee, but if we only wait for Belém, we will be very discouraged. So we should take advantage of the visibility agenda throughout the year. Before Alana gets mad at me, I will conclude, since I'm the only one standing between us and lunch. But in COP, we say that there are 5 incidents or advocacy cycles. So the street protests, the green zone, the blue zone, the COP chairmanship, and the negotiation sessions. There is another cycle that's missing, which we refer to as the action agenda, which is coordinated also by the COP chairmanship, especially on Antoni's team, and one of the champions, Dan, who is based in São Paulo. And this agenda historically has been very connected to the private sector, any private sector, including the ones we are trying to combat. But we should also advocate so that they can consider us, because it is the action agenda she mentioned. That's where you see action, not as a whole, but it's important. So during the last few days, we have been discussing, but we should also think about I always remember the flag of the Olympics with the circles, each representing a continent, and to me that's it. We have many cycles, and all are important and should be used by us. And emphasizing that the pre-COP in October is going to be very important if we're able to have a good street protest, because it will be a signal. The march on November 15th needs to be big, but the October march should also be big for them to feel the pressure. And the leaders you're training, Chico, to act in the negotiation environments, I think it's very important. And it needs to be also considered that COP doesn't end here. So if it is held in Australia, we had last year a meeting with the leaders from the Pacific, and we need to be there. These leaders, which are being trained, need to be acting. Next year, we also have a biodiversity COP, because these are leaders that you trust and that belong to the indigenous movement, and they're the best people to be there advocating for you. So take advantage of COP30 to bring consistency to the movement, and based on that, the indigenous movement is at another level, way beyond where we have come so far. It can be a turning point in terms of advocacy. Thank you very much.
Guys, now we're going to finish. Close up. I know you're half hungry, but let's see what are the conclusions of this panel. I know you're hungry, but to reinforce the ideas here, Brazil has a mechanism of incidence. It's not going to be the sole one. First of all, we should have a unified message. It's what's happening here. What is the understanding of the 9 countries on the territories, on the demarcation, the recognition of governance. So we need to create this unified message, first thing. But not only for Brazil, but Peru, Colombia, all countries. Not only those in the Amazon. All of you have a relation with the embassies, with the European Union, which are also strong negotiators. So with this message that will come from here, we need to reach these other spaces, as everything that we obtain in the United Nations is not because Brazil once or Brazil brought this. We can even say that, but this is obtained through the consensus of all countries. So we need to perform this work of impact with other countries. And we're going to have such spaces. On Thursday, the ambassadors and representatives will come. So it's a moment to reinforce this idea. So I would like to finish up with unified message. Brazil is one of the actors, but not the only one. That is how we have advanced. And I also would like to talk to other actors, private sector. It's necessary to talk to caucus, everyone. And this is what we should do, the planning with this COP30. So now we are over and let's go have lunch. Oh, informations, I'm sorry. Thank you. Congratulations to the mediation, to everyone. Thank you. You can leave. No. Housekeeping. We are going to be back at 2 p.m. I'm saying 2 p.m. as you never come at 2. So I will put this margin here. Another thing is that 350 and House Climate are going to record a clip. Here we have Marcel, Chica and Marcel. Where is Marcel? They're the ones recording these videos, and we are also thankful to Tenure Facility and the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples for contributing on the performance of this pre-Indigenous COP. Reimbursements, talk to Dennis and Vinicius. Where are you? Dennis, are you there? Reimbursements with Dennis and Vinicius. Just search for them. Thank you. At 2 p.m., we are going to be back. Have an excellent lunch. afternoon once more. Good afternoon. Where is our indigenous Amazon? The answer is us. The answer is us. That's it, guys. Welcome. We can begin the broadcast. Welcome once more to the afternoon program. We're going to have an important moment of debates, reflection, and for that we would like to begin with some song. Who would like to sing a prayer? Where is Nadino? Perhaps he can do that. He's not here, right? Ariabo, could you sing for us? Come on. Balachipone warriors, let's sing. They are weak today. Can they do it? Okay, let's begin this afternoon. We now would like to call the moderator for this plenary, Mariana Belmonte. Welcome. A show of hands for our warrior. Warriors, what is your mission? Fight against the bill and stop deforestation. Warriors, what is your mission? Oh, now it's great. While we are coming, we are going to watch a video.
And we're all part of it. It's in the products we buy and in the food we eat. It's behind our shiny screens late at night. It is in every news image from around the world, where fires, floods, droughts, and hurricanes storm up the land. The forces powering this war have been shape-shifting for decades, deceiving us in believing that everything was fine. The war on nature is the ultimate war. There are no neutral sides. There are no sidelines. There is no time left. But I'm here to tell you that a last stand is being formed. Of the people, for the people, and every living being. Their world ended 500 years ago. And yet, here they stand, willing to protect what is common to everyone. This is a final call to declare peace with nature and war against the fossil fuel complex, against everything that destroys life. This is the uprising of the sky. It has to start somewhere. It has to start sometime. What better place than here? And what better time than now? Defend each other. Love each other. hold the sky.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. We are going to call the invitees so we can begin our conversation. I'm going to call Sinea Wapchana from Caucus Indigenous, Siri Tuyana, Aloye, Oloema, Oyesi, Patricia from Opiaki, and Fernanda Bortolotto from TNC. I think I will go following the order of the panel so we can begin to perform this debate on adaptation, looking at what we are going to discuss this year at Bonn and at COP30 within the negotiations. So now let's hear Sinea, please. Good afternoon, relatives and everyone. I was already presented. My name is Sinea from the Wapishana people, and let's talk a little bit about this important theme, which is adaptation. I would like to thank the invitation of Coiab for this important moment to talk about these themes that will be at COP30. How we as indigenous people can strategically bring our demands and connect them to the themes of the COP so we can take our voices to such a space. To talk about adaptation, I would like to talk about my territory from my standpoint. We indigenous people have been performing this work tirelessly of adapting ourselves within our communities, our territories, our homes, and this theme is relevant as we have been working in Roraima in creating the plans to fight climate change or for indigenous adaptation, as we indigenous people also create our mechanisms to fight these issues. And we have been doing so in Roraima, but we also have been incentivizing everyone in Brazil to make their own plans to fight climate change. I also coordinate the Indigenous Committee in Helsinki at a national level, and the members from Sinki have been talking. We are the representatives of the five big regions of Brazil. We have been talking so they can continue to build their plans to fight climate change or indigenous adaptation plans. Why is this relevant for us who are here discussing these themes? Since for us and for those who are in communities, it's new to talk about adaptation. However, when you talk to leaders, you know that they are performing an adaptation in their own traditional manner. And this is important because we bring this learning moment for this space of discussion. Everything that we do with the leaderships, with women, with the youth, in our organization, in our means of work, brings us to this space to talk about this theme. And recently, these adaptation plans were really important to present this as a mechanism for indigenous people within UNFCCC. We see such spaces such as the UN, COP, which are so far from us, but we need to get closer to them to take our knowledges, how we have organized ourselves in our territory. And I would like to talk about the past, 2015-16, when we created the first plan to fight climate change. I have Fernanda here, and at the time we were working at SYNC, and we were reviewing, creating this adaptation plan for Brazil, and we were able to take it as a reference for the Ministry of the Environment, kind of timidly, so we could put this in the subchapter that was written for indigenous people and traditional communities. It's important for us to remember these spaces, as actually for us indigenous people, this is always a space for achievement. It's not something that is given to us so we can be there collaborating, so we can truly take our ideas on how to fight this subject. Now we come 2023, 24, we had a pandemic, and I would like to say that to us in Roraima, we have learned much with the pandemic. We were able to create these plans to tackle climate change. We are in the 5th plan from the YAUI, and we decided to be in these conferences. I mean, when I say that we come from the ground doing this at a national, international level, it's for us to belong and feel that we belong to this space and speak for ourselves. We could send our mechanisms through other people, but it's more legitimate by telling is this from our standpoint. And recently, we arrived on such spaces, and sometimes people ask, what are indigenous people truly going to do at COP? And they bring us many themes that are technical, and we look at them. And how do we participate on that? Are we just going there to participate? I don't even like that word anymore, participate. We want to be there in the decision-making space, in a space where we can take our voices, especially in this negotiation space. One day a person asked me, oh, what is a negotiation? You're going to be there at the table talking about money. What are you going to negotiate? Even that is something that we must understand. How do we negotiate a word, a comma? Remembering that this space of COP, the UN, this negotiation space for climate was not made for us indigenous people. It was made for the representatives of countries, and they all have repeated since ECHO 92 that we have learned on how to be within these spaces with the Indigenous Caucus, the climate change forum where we globally we gather ourselves globally, and also the platform of indigenous people and local communities, where we have been achieving this space ever since the Paris Agreement. And I bring this context for us to talk right now, and I pointed some things out about the UNFCCC that we think is so far away. To talk about everything, all of our anguishes. We talk about the demarcation, the indigenous rights. This is not outside of the themes that are going to be discussed at COP. Within UFCCC, we have an adaptation committee. Within this committee, we have a working group on the national adaptation plans. They are working there on the national plan. So our plan in Brazil that is being created at the climate plan is national, and that we hope that up until COP30, all countries are going to present their plans, the reviewed versions. But it was already said here that there will be an inspection on that. Perhaps countries will present it and perhaps they will not. But it is important to say that this is something for the UN. We have then the technical guidelines for the update of the national adaptation plans, and right now they are being discussed. There is a session on the integration of knowledge of indigenous people and local communities to be reviewed at the Bonn conference. We know that we are going to have now what I call the main thing. Everybody wants to go to COP, right? Right. Many people are asking, oh, how will I go there? And some people do not want to go. Remembering that, I would like to tell you that we come from a pathway of many COPs. I come from 2011. Some come from the 92, and it's already COP 30. And what has this changed? What has changed? We need to see the history of those who have already participated at many COPs and their legacy for us to be discussing right here, right now, about adaptation. So all of this is being reviewed, and it will be at the Bonn conference, and it's important for us to be there to see what will be discussed by negotiators and to be reviewed also by negotiators. They will be with the working group, and we will know that the Bonn conference is a subsidiary body that will counsel technically with negotiators, and we have been following this closely. The working group on adaptation plans prepare a report with knowledges from indigenous people, but we know that within these indicators we can't see indigenous rights. So I have took some notes here, as in the Bonn conference we will need to pay attention to this. There is a portion that was presented on the Climate Week of Panama. We were there, and the idea is for it to be finalized. It was just presented, but the idea is for it to be finalized now at the Bonn conference, and to adopt it at COP 30, to be adopted at COP 30. Let's see if this is going to happen. We know that there is a gap on the financing for adaptation, and we have been working on that so that we can truly have resources to work on adaptation. We have produced last year a report on the lack of financing for adaptation. We know that this report also brings such information. And we have a program for indicators to measure the progress of the global adaptation goal, which is the GGA. We have been following all of these proceedings on this program. At Bonn, we are going to have 2 seminars on the theme, and if we have the opportunity, it's interesting for us to participate. It has the indicators that mention indigenous knowledges and traditional knowledges. As I have said, they do not reference the rights of indigenous people. So it's interesting when we bring all this information and we connect this to the territory. To talk about adaptation is to bring our knowledges for such spaces and to bring an idea of how the Indigenous Caucus guide us to participate on these themes. We have the focal points within the Indigenous Caucus, and for the adaptation we have Gracie, the representative from ASI, where we connect to participate on the meetings where they are discussing about the theme of adaptation.
And it's very important to say this so that we can find out what we're going to do within COP. Many people say they want to be in the blue zone or in the negotiation space, but we need to know how to circulate that space and make the voices of indigenous peoples heard in those spaces. And I just wanted to remind you that we can connect what we do in the territories with the COP discussions. It doesn't end with COP 30. We still have a long ways to go on the topic of global warming, and there's only one goal in all of this, which is decreasing global warming. So there are many things we can do, and I'll stop here because my time is over. Thank you. Thank you, Sinea. I will now invite Siri Tuyana Aloemia from OYES.
Yes, good afternoon, boa tarde, Buenas tardes. No, thank you. One thing I want to start with is how we as indigenous people has adapt, and this is historic, right? It is since if I look at the history of South America and all over the world as well. But let me talk about South America. When the colonizer came into our land, we directly adapted. We moved into our lands, deeply into the forests, and when that was not enough, we gave land away to our brothers from the other continent that was brought against their will, and we adapted again. Now these days we are totally into the forest where we want to be left alone, and where we adapted actually, where it's not our original land, but we made it our land. We adapted, we mitigated, but until the day of today, we said no, enough is enough. We as indigenous people have the rights to be where we are, and if we look at the isolated people, they want to be left alone. They choose to be isolated, and that is their rights. And if I look at other countries, example in the Guyanas, where we don't have any indigenous rights, we don't have any land rights, it's a shame, right? It's a big shame that one of the countries in the South America doesn't even want to give the rights to the indigenous people. As I'm here as a person of Suriname, I can say how it feels because I live as well in Brazil, and it's a feeling that gives you security if you have a land demarcated, or when you're going to demarcate your land. It's a really big feeling that we have as indigenous people. Some people doesn't have this, but if you look around your territory, you see all the living things, because you know that the water lives, the tree lives, and everything lives. Because before we step into the boat, we talk with the water, we talk with the nature, that everything will go very well. As from, for example, now in my territory, a boat collapsed, and a whole family died just 2 days ago. The authorities are still after these bodies. It is a very tragic in my community right now, and we don't have land rights, you know. So everybody's coming and going, and this is how it happens. Accidents happens, right? But as many of our traditional knowledge or our culture are being broken by outsiders, and these things will still happen. There's no respect, and that is what we demand, respect. We don't want nothing else. Now the respect has turned into legislations, into rights, what we are fighting for today. Because our lives, it doesn't matter for other people, for the rich people, for the big countries. They just want to produce more. They just want to take our lands and have more capital. In contrary of that, we don't want money, but we just want to be left alone because they destroyed all their forests. Now they are coming to get our forests, our territory, our lands. And without land, we don't have life. And without life, we don't have a world. We cannot say the word world when we don't exist anymore. So, to go to the people, to our knowledge, our traditional knowledge, we must have respect for these things. These things are very important. These things must be written down, as it has done already in Brazil, done in other big countries, but in the Guyanas, not so. They don't want to rewrite the history. As they said, the people, indigenous people, are lazy. They are only sleeping in the hammock when they are coming at 7 o'clock, but they don't know that at 3 o'clock we went fishing, and 6 o'clock we were back. The food was ready for the whole day. So what they see, they write. And they think that everything that they do, it's better than us as indigenous people, how we live our life. We are trying to write our life plans, and if we write our life plans, we are not taking 5 years as the government. Yeah, we have a plan to change the whole country. We will give the indigenous people their rights within these 5 years. Well, news for them, our life plans goes 10, 20, 50, 100 years from now. And that is not being respected by the governments. So respect, lack of respect again. If you think about the participation, adaptation, indigenous people should be fully involved in the development and implementation of adaptation plans, but we are not. Ensuring their voice are heard and their rights respected. As I said, there's no respect. This includes their free, prior, and informed consents in any decisions that affect their territories and way of life. The books are there, but are they being respected? No. Indigenous communities can adapt by employing traditional practices such as fire management, water harvesting, and sustainable resource management that can enhance resilience to climate change impact. Does that being respected? No. They think that the bomberos is the best way to kill the fire, but we know that the fire has a life. We talk to fire, we talk to the water, we talk to all the elements of the world. Climate change considerations should be integrated into land use planning, allowing indigenous communities to practically manage their territories and protect vulnerable areas. And indigenous people should have direct access to climate finance, of course, and all of the resources to support their adaptation effort, including funding for projects that build institutional capacity and implement long-term adaptively management strategy. As I said, our strategy is also written in our life plans, in our Plan de Vida. And of course, if we look what I said the first day, we are here to protect our territory, but what are we protecting actually? We want to protect our future, our family, ourselves, our loved ones. That is what we are here for. And if we think about that, then we must think about empowering women and youth, recognizing the role of indigenous women as knowledge barriers and young people as future guardians of traditional knowledge is crucial for ensuring the sustainable of adaptation efforts. Who will be here, or let me say it like this, who will teach my son to do this work? I have to do it. Nobody else is going to do it for me. Maybe, but how? Not the way I want. Not the way that I think it's better for my kids. So we have to think about the future. So I have to start thinking right now. As we have adapted in our countries, go further and further, deeper and deeper into the territory where the colonial was not able to find us. And now we are coming out to say enough. Enough with the destructions of our territory. Enough. And that's why we are here, because we are coming forward. And that's a threat to the government. Now, the COP was not made for us indigenous people, no. The COP was made for the richest, to put money, because if you make money, you have to give back. And they said, hey, to not have a guilt feeling let's make a pot. And that is how the pot started, the COP. Put money together and give it to the country that need it the most, because we are going to give a little, but we are going to get much more money, much more financing, and that is what they are doing. So the history of the COPs shows it that the indigenous people woke up and they said, no, we have to integrate as well. We have to move forward. Now they are saying that they are putting a lot of protocol for us to participate, and they don't want us into the blue zone so much. That's why they are limiting our accreditations. They made a green zone where we can be, that is much further away from the blue zone, and that is showing that they are afraid. They are afraid that we would hurt them, but we don't. We are the most loving people in the world, showing that a tree, that we have feeling for a tree and much more for a human being and much more for ourselves, for our family. So working in collaboration with scientists and policy makers and other stakeholders can foster more inclusive and effectiveness climate change solutions. As we said, we are the answer. That's us. We have it right in front of you. We have it here, and we will bring it to the COP. And we will bring it on in our form how we want to. So I want to say thank you, and we will still fight for our territories, our land management, our life plan, because that's the way we should all live together in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will now invite to the panel another guest who has just arrived, Mr. Marcio Astrini, Executive Secretary from the Climate Observatory. Welcome, Marcio. Meanwhile, I'll pass the floor to Patricia, and she will be the next speaker. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. First, I'd like to greet you all and welcome new panelists, and I'd like to say that the adaptation topic in the Colombian case is very much related to two very important bets that we have been working with in the Colombian Amazon, and it's related to the indigenous governments and the knowledge systems that we have. And we see that in this strategy, the role that indigenous governments and the knowledge systems play that we have been passing on for generations are and will be important for what we're going to do. We had a discussion, we had an excursion to the interior of the country, and we wanted to collect from the population concrete proposals, not just ideas that are too abstract and that would be added to the list of dreams without any real impact. So we thought, what can be some key actions within the framework of the indicators that we are coming up with? One point that is clear is the expansion and the constitution of indigenous territory as a climate strategy, a climate action strategy. Because who are the people who know how to take care of the Amazon? It's us. We are the ones who take care of the territory so that it can remain standing. And that's why it's important that we are the holders of that territory and that we recover our ancestral territories that at some point were taken away from us so that we can keep on preserving them. Another point in the agenda is recovering territories in order to restore them. Many of the territories that we had in Colombia were taken away from Amazonian peoples, and we are currently recovering these territories, and they need to be restored. And through the knowledge systems of the traditional authorities, we could perhaps create a restoration process to contribute to the targets and indicators we have as a country. But also, we can't only think about the recovery of trees without recovering our watersheds and the protection of the ecosystems and their contributions. Of course, we're talking here about mitigation as well. And this is very much related. Like we were saying this morning, we were talking about the forests, but we forgot about the cycle of water. And the cycle of water has a specific adaptation, I'm shaking, sorry, which is important that we start considering. And it's important that we consider the water sources because it's something that unites us as a region. If we want to take care of the forests, we need to take care of our watersheds because life depends on the water bodies. It doesn't depend only on one part of the ecosystem, it depends on the whole ecosystem, and that is important, and it is related to the territorial management bets that we're making in Colombia. And during the last few days, many of you have heard about the territorial entities. And the territorial entities, where are they? Well, I remember that when I was born 34 years ago, this topic was already part of the country's agenda and the agenda of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon. This agenda of making the territories where we live within the Colombian legislation, turning them into what we call the territorial entities. And last month, within the framework of an assembly, we said this. We said we need together to talk about this, and we were able to make the Colombian government recognize this need to constitute territorial entities. And what do we gain with this denomination, territorial entities? Well, we are able to make the indigenous people the administrators of the territories and the resources within our territories where we live. Because previously, or as has been happening in this transition moment, the resources that go to the municipalities and the municipalities through covenants make the resources get to the indigenous territories, but it is a very long pathway. And that's where our fight starts. We want direct financing. And the subnational government's issue is very important here because we don't want any mediators for our financing. And that is why in this fight we need to create institutional provisions and materialize rights in the Constitution. And in Colombia, this will make it easier for resources to reach us directly in the Colombian Amazon.
Logically, we will strengthen these knowledge systems from indigenous people that respond to these planning instruments that will allow to generate this for mitigation and adaptation, which are related to these cycles and means of life that we have in our territories. Here I bring back the issue of water, as I said in the morning for Alana. I can't leave this pre-COP space without including in the Amazon Basin agenda the need for this to be a common fight for us. Perhaps it's not as easy to deal with it or talk about this theme, which is easy to talk about, like the titling of lands, but it should be included in our agenda and be propelled within the COP actions, as it depends on this too. The results and impacts obtained at a country level depend on that. Without protecting ecosystems on water cycles included on the climate actions, it won't be possible to understand these impacts, and it's why it's important to bring these themes and also give strength to the contributions of indigenous people in the different regions, recognizing that the care that we have in the Colombian Amazon, this is a contribution, and we would have to look at the indicators and how the water sources in the Colombian Amazon contribute on cities so they can have water. We have heard about flying rivers in Colombia. This is a subject, to talk about flying rivers seems weird, as the river that we know is the one that flows on the earth. But to talk about flying rivers makes us think how much we are important. So someone that comes from the Amazon, for someone that comes from the Amazon, it's not so easy for them to understand this. So the Amazonian River in Colombia's case, it passes water to cities like Bogota, and this allows us to take this theme to the agenda, as the cities depend on the actions that are being developed in the Amazon, and consequently the indicator should be related to the number of contributions performed by these water sources that allow to have life in cities. And that's why it's key to consider. That's why the situation happens in Brazil and in Peru, where the contribution for the conservation of rivers somehow contributes materially for cities and people who are not in the Amazon. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Now I will pass to Márcio Astrini from the Climate Observatory. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for accepting me in this panel, even though I arrived late. I will try to speak less and make direct suggestions for the work that we are developing here during this 3 days of meeting. There is something interesting here that I was seeing in the program regarding the NDC, which is the recognition that indigenous territories preserve the ecosystems and so on and so forth. I would like to make proposals, and they are proposals, but before doing that, I just would like to call your attention to the item adaptation. Let's imagine the following. We have here for adaptation a pot of gold with a lot of money, with all the money that you can imagine that you need to have for adaptation. I would like to ask you something. Where is this money going today? If we had all the money that we could have available, where is this money going? It will go to the same place that it goes now, the Safra plan, where we have the mechanisms for credit distribution. Those are going to take the money from this God pot and distribute it, are the same mechanisms that distribute the money of taxes, investments unequally. Those who do not have money will continue to not have money, and those who have money will receive more money. As the money distribution mechanisms from the government, from the state, are addicted in privileging those people and sectors that are always privileging. So when we discuss adaptation, it's always important for us to understand that we need to have the money for adaptation, but we overall need to see where this money is going. And I get bothered when I go to the adaptation discussions, and the discussion is how do we create a fund to raise money? Okay, we need to raise more. But if we do not have a main focus on having a cutout saying that first of all, any money that enters will go for this and this sector, these territories, these people, doesn't matter. If we raise money, we're going to raise it to adapt the monoculture planting of soy. That's just what I would like to observe initially that you may have already discussed, but this is really important to be remembered. Okay, now I'm going to make a provocation. About carbon accounting. When we are talking about the climate conference, we have many debates. But the main debate that takes us to the climate conference are always about carbon. Carbon. How much emission does a car have? How much a car with gas does, or ethanol? How much the oil sector emits on carbon? How much agribusiness does, deforestation, and then we make this, and then you know who are those responsible, the main people who emit more, and so on. I just would like to make a suggestion. The first number, perhaps we have it. How much lands in indigenous territories that are demarcated mean in carbon money for a solution for the planet? What does it mean? You have an indigenous territory, it captures this amount of carbon in the atmosphere. All the indigenous lands in Brazil mean that they capture how many, I don't know, tons of gas, how many Australias of carbon. It's easy if we perhaps already have this. The second part of this is the indigenous land that we want to demarcate, that are going to be demarcated by the homologation. How much will they add in terms of solution if they are demarcated and homologated? This is the second thing. And the third is, if we lose these territories, how much does it mean for the planet in terms of emission? These three maths are important when we enter the blue zone of the climate meeting. Understand how things are. When you enter the blue zone, we have a debate always on top of climate. The mayor talks about something, says they're going to do this or that, their city is going to help the climate, and so on and so forth. And you have many sectors. If you go to the Ministry of the Environment now, for example, they are discussing the climate sectors. Agriculture is one, energy is another one, residues is another one. These sectors have a logic and they have a bill for carbon. How much can we emit in carbon within the energy sector? How much carbon by investing this amount on a power plant, on a thermal power plant, or change it to renewable energy, will you save in carbon? That is the discussion. Nice. And if in Brazil, indigenous territories, indigenous people, these protected areas were just one sector for climate, how much would they supply in terms of solution? And I will finish up by giving an example of how I think that this number is important. If you know how much indigenous lands that are going to be demarcated will mean in terms of solution for the climate, we have another factor in our narrative, which is not only national, as the help of a demarcated land in terms of carbon is for the entire world. It's not about protecting what you have, defending what you have, and wanting more, as what we have is already an example for the world, and it's good for the world. And that's why we want more. That's why we want more demarcated lands. We want more demarcated lands because of the rights of indigenous people, and also because we have this number on climate and carbon that connects to the rights of demarcation. And lastly, of how much we will worsen the planet if, for example, the time frame argument goes away and it undoes the indigenous lands in Brazil, or due to an invasion of a deforested indigenous land, due to illegal mining or illegal timber extraction. We can, with this math, in a legal suit against an indigenous land invader, to say you are guilty for the invasion of the indigenous land, for all the problems that this invasion has caused to this population, to rivers, to biodiversity, to the rights, and so on and so forth. And also, your invasion has enabled a prejudice of carbon for humanity in this amount. It's not to substitute one thing by the other, it's to aggregate a factor. The fight for territories, which is already a right. It's not substitution. You amplify. You bring another argument to the table in numbers of carbon, and this is important for the climate conventions, and we should bring this. It's for the indigenous lands in Brazil, and for indigenous lands in Peru, for communities in Indonesia, for the Congo Basin, for many other places. It's obviously not easy to do, but we have technology to do it in Brazil, as we have an instrument that is the Climate Observatorium, SEGI, that already does the map per sector, per state, municipality in Brazil, and we just need to perform a cutout of indigenous lands. We know what we have, we see what is in the list of movements, like the claim of lands who are going to be demarcated. We do the math for this too, and we do the math for indigenous lands that are being deforested, invaded, how much carbon we lose in the crimes that are happening. So it's a suggestion so we can arrive at COP with these numbers, with not finalized, at least with clear examples. Thank you, Márcio. Lastly, I will call Fernanda from TNC. Thank you, Mari. Well, I'm here talking about mitigation and adaptation, so I am now going to complement what Márcio brought, as we have been talking about this agenda for a while, and this study was already done on PAC 215. It was once it was voted, it was during COP21 in Lima. It was a last COP in a tropical forest country, and I remember that there was a manifestation within COP against the constitutional amendment bill that was going to enter in Congress. I don't remember the amount of impact that territories would get, but I remember a number that had shown that indigenous lands in Brazil that were still being demarcated had double the deforestation than those who were already demarcated, showing that to have a regulation, just the fact that you have a regulation, that you have an homologated land, would already reduce deforestation, showcasing that indigenous lands are a solution for mitigation for carbon sequestration or greenhouse gas sequestration. While he was talking here, what indigenous lands on the Brazilian Amazon have now stocked in carbon equates to the emissions of the United Kingdom, which is the greatest source of energy that is based on mineral coal, which we call dirty energy. If we lost all indigenous lands in the Amazon, if they were deforested for some reason, it would be the same as emitting a United Kingdom per year. So for climate, for the impacts on climate change, this is really big. And if we quantify this and put some money to it, we can reach an amount of how much we need. I mean, it's not only carbon. We talk about carbon, but there are all the other benefits associated to ecosystemic services, water, like Patricia was saying, all the biodiversity of this space that needs to be monetized. But now, coming back to the adaptation agenda, we see that mitigation is still the enriching theme of the climate convention. It was created in 2001. There is a specific fund for adaptation. Up until today, we don't talk much about this fund. It does not have a specific amount for indigenous people, even though they are recognized as the most vulnerable. And we also had the first mention within the Climate Convention documents on indigenous people, and even talking about the role of traditional knowledge for adaptation. And even so, up until today, 24 years after creating this fund, we don't have specifically the amount. I don't remember, for example, how much we have, but it's laughable close to the resources for mitigation, and there is no definition of any specific percentage for indigenous people. We are talking about the biodiversity fund to have 20% for indigenous people. For the next financing table, we are going to say that at least 20% of the new mechanism that is being created, the TFFF, should be guided towards indigenous people. But we still have no goal within this adaptation fund that should be accessed directly for indigenous people. And if since 2001 the convention recognizes within its documents, once more I say in commas, that it recognizes in documents but has no formal mechanism the role of indigenous people and traditional communities with their knowledge and with the protection of territories and biodiversity, it's time for us to have the proposal of having a direct percentage or resource for adaptation of indigenous people. And I remember a speech from Sinea in which she says that we are tired of adapting. We have been doing this for so long. We are fighting climate change. It's not only adapting. It's something that you already do. All the life plans that you have, all the management plans, they are adaptation plans that have all the agendas and activities that need to be done within the territory, decided in a collective manner to guarantee the livelihood, the maintenance of the ecosystemic function of these territories. So there is already the recognition of the role. There are already instruments. So what are we missing? If this presidency of COP, people were saying here that COP is also for adaptation, one of the main themes. What are we missing to guide this resource, this agenda, specifically for people? Another point, adaptation is an item that should be allocated to the NDC. Yesterday we talked about the NDC. They brought an example, Peru or Piaki brought an example of the NDC in 2015 with the Paris Agreement. The countries had to send in their first rounds of NDC. Many countries sent nothing on adaptation.
Brazil sent about adaptation. It said that it would be the implementation of the National Adaptation Plan, which was what Sinea brought, and the example that was drafted in 2016. But unfortunately, that was archived. There was a chapter for indigenous people that recognized the implementation of the PNGD, specifically for Brazil, and the drafting of the management plan, including the climate component and the climate scenarios. And now we are revising our climate plan. All of these plans, Brazil has within the climate plan a specific sectorial plan for indigenous peoples that has just concluded its public consultation, which is a mechanism that is going to say how the adaptation agenda will be implemented within the territories. And not all countries have submitted their NDCs, but this is a point that needs to be emphasized on the indigenous NDC implementation. I don't even like calling it the Indigenous Adaptation Plan because you already have the PGTA, so we don't need a new mechanism. We already have a mechanism of building the management plans and the financial mechanisms related to this. We will discuss this in the next panel, but the own mechanisms of indigenous peoples. And complementing Marcio's intervention, now we can even have a calculation that may be done to give us a minimum of what will be funneled for that, thinking about the practical agenda that needs to be included for this COP now. And Mari, I think, will also speak on the indicators of the global adaptation goal, also related to what Chico said, and to the Penegate Council and the Technical Chamber of Climate Change, where the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples will bring the indicators, which will need to be fine-tuned to be taken to the convention, which will be one of the main deliveries of COP30. And within these indicators, it's also very important that we have specific points about the territories, like the right to land. If you don't have right to land, we can't even discuss adaptation. The defense of those who are protecting the territories. We know that Brazil is one of the countries that most kills environmental activists and defenders of the environments and human rights. So this also needs to be included in the indicators, and especially how many resources are going to the adaptation agenda, and especially which are being directly accessed by indigenous organizations. Otherwise, like Marcio said, we can have many numbers saying that the resources are going to adaptation, but who is accessing the resources? So we need to have these points very well defined. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Fernanda. And I had the task here. I was going to make an intervention about the status, about the global goal on adaptation, which is the main text that will be negotiated in the adaptation agenda. It is the main document. There isn't a negotiation about the national adaptation plans, like Sinea mentioned, which is very confusing because the countries go back and forth and say that the plans need to be discussed nationally, that they can't be discussed internationally. But something which we have advocated for is that adaptation, of course, we need to speak about it at a local level because the most vulnerable populations are suffering in their territories. But adaptation is a global debate because we need money to adapt. And it's not little money. And just piggybacking on what Fernanda said, when we talk about funds and where the resources are being funneled to, I don't know if in the next panel we're going to debate this, but if we look at the climate fund, it's a shame. The climate fund is a shame because there's no non-reimbursable money for the municipalities to adapt their territories, and most of the money goes to the market to make bikes as a adaptation strategy to manufacture bikes to be rode in big cities. So, what is happening in the climate fund is very serious because that's where the money is, and the government announces that there are billions there, but where is that resource going to? And going back to the GGA, I think there is something that's very important for us to mention about any negotiation, and my colleagues here also monitor this. Human rights is an unspoken term in any negotiation. Human rights is a non-topic in any of these negotiations. Transition, financing, adaptation, it's taboo, but we want to talk about human rights because we're talking about lives that are being lost because of extreme events in the territories. So the mitigation agenda draws a lot more attention because it has numbers and adaptation doesn't, and there has always been this perspective that adaptation should be discussed in the territories. We have nothing to do with this here at the UNFCCC, but things are becoming more and more serious in terms of extreme events, and now it is a prioritized topic in negotiations. And we discussed adaptation, but so far there were no targets, indicators. There was no operational structure to talk about adaptation at the negotiation level, and this is just starting to be discussed. So last year we went to COP29 with an Excel spreadsheet, literally, and we can even send you these documents. Obviously, it was a spreadsheet with 5,000 indicators drafted by some experts, 2 from Brazil, Juliana from the Boticário Foundation, which is also part of the Climate Observatory, and the other person was from the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, 2 people from Brazil, but also talking about a surreal amount of indicators, just showing what it means to build global adaptation indicators. And out of the 5,000 came out one of the main guidelines for the GGA negotiation, which was transforming the 5,000 indicators into 500. So the experts go back, about 50 experts go back to these discussions ever since last year to turn that spreadsheet into 500 indicators. There were some bilateral conversations, a workshop that happened in March about the indicators. And in the movement, there is a huge conflict between what is politics and what is a technical topic. So some countries want to politically discuss the indicators, and other countries want to look at them technically. And the more technical countries are usually the countries that are averse to the human rights debate. And a week ago, the UNFCCC made the indicators list available, 490 indicators in a very complex spreadsheet, and I wasn't able to read it in full, but it's very important for the countries to analyze these indicators, and I think the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples has been doing that. We have been doing that at the Climate Observatory, and look at the indicators to say there are people missing here. And I will tell you what are the general indicators, because within each indicator, as you will see, there are sub-indicators. And something which is important, the parties, the countries, need until COP30 to choose 100 indicators to turn the 490 into a spreadsheet of 100 indicators, thinking about global indicators. And when they define global indicators, the most vulnerable population is automatically excluded from this process. So water is one of the indicators: water and sanitation, health, infrastructure, nutrition and agriculture, ecosystem, reduction of property, of poverty, inequality, cultural heritage, implementation means planning, and implementation and learning. Within these, there are many sub-indicators, and it is fundamental to look at these indicators and discuss what are the territorial solutions that need to come up as indicators. We need to have the adaptations that the territories have engaged on evident in these documents, and the diplomats need to hear and welcome your contributions with you saying what's missing in that spreadsheet. And I think Sinea really talked about this, but I personally think it's much more strategic than the COP itself, which is this big space where many people go to, and it's more of a greenwashing market in some spaces. I think the technical debates and the technical negotiations of the documents is where we can be closer, is where we can go straight up to the negotiators. It's where we are close to Sinea, our negotiator, and these are spaces that are fundamental for us to take suggestions and proposals and put pressure on the diplomats. And Fernanda brought a topic, and I will conclude with this because I think it's important. When we look at the documents and the decisions in the last few years, ever since ECHO 92, there are many gaps of peoples and populations. The population of African descent is not mentioned. The racial issue is not mentioned. Gender is very little mentioned. Women are included in specific debates, but some countries also don't like talking about gender the same way they don't like talking about human rights. Our rights, the rights of the more vulnerable populations, are always being negotiated. The indigenous population is mentioned in the documents ever since 2001, but this is always being disputed. Last year in Bonn, we listened to some countries, some Arab countries, saying that the indigenous populations should be removed from the documents. Let's remove them because it's not necessary. Let's say things in more generic terms because everyone is the same. So our rights are always being disputed. Vulnerable populations always need the right of indigenous peoples being in the negotiation cycles. This is a topic that we will always have to defend. We can't rest assured that that is a guarantee because it's always being negotiated and disputed, especially among conservative countries. And to conclude, for real this time, I will open my heart here and say that we have the Brazilian diplomacy, which has been trained on colonial basis and which is not open to human rights and is not willing to debate that type of topic, especially when the agenda is the climate. It's as if many people's heads are back in the 2000s when we only talked about numbers and not about people. I don't know what that's like in other countries. I think it's probably the same in terms of diplomats, but we are so complimented abroad as a country that is important in international diplomacy, but in the territories we need more than just class and education to deal with our rights. And I think that's what I had to say. And now I will put my mediator hat back on and we will open the floor for questions. Thank you. And we have some people that have subscribed. Mariazinha Baré, Apia, Amazonas. 5 minutes, Alana? 3 minutes. Oh, I'll take some time to sing a song. Good afternoon, relatives. Don't worry, I'll sing later. But I have a lot to say. I have made some notes here. But the first thing I would like to say is congratulations, Indigenous peoples. We should be congratulated because we are on the right track. And I understand that we are doing our homework. We saw between yesterday and today in the presentation of our two hermanos, and also this morning and this afternoon, the experiences we already have, our NDCs, the NDCs we already have as Indigenous peoples. And then in the context of all interventions, both about mitigation and adaptation, I feel very anxious. I feel anxious because I think us Indigenous peoples need to continue strengthening each other and becoming more aligned, and like our hermanos say a lot, creating our Indigenous government. Because this is a form not only of engaging in dialogue, but of protecting each other. And I think about the administrations that come and go, and we're always ready to deal with all of these discussions that surround us, with all of these discussions that are persecuting us, and they're creating words which are beautiful, but that in practice, these are words that actually confuse us. I was researching a little bit about mitigation because I have heard both mitigation and adaptation as terms for a while, and I think that we're not done with mitigation and we are now talking about adaptation. We already have a legislation for adaptation. We didn't even move forward with mitigation and we're talking about something else. Oh, I only have 1 minute left. Okay. And here I think that we need to keep on insisting on mitigation, guys. You know, the countries are so focused on the economic issue and on trading our territories, and they're thinking about adapting. They're thinking about loss and damages. But loss and damages are the result of a mitigation that was not effective. It's not. And what can we do? Should we sit down to negotiate or to dialogue? And we were even asking ourselves, should we sit down and engage in a dialogue with them? Or should we, perhaps if we sit down to dialogue with them, aren't we agreeing with what's happening? Or will this depend on how we engage in this dialogue? And deep down, when we talk about financing, there's no way, relatives, if we don't, we need to be more and more prepared to receive resources, be it through our own financing funds, our own organizations. Because if we're going to wait for the government to do this, they're not. There's no way. And in the negotiations, when we're engaging in dialogue, we need to talk to them and to ask that this is direct, because otherwise it's not going to happen. And the territorial issue, my relative here, Márcio, got excited talking about the entire process and the demarcation of the land and how much it can minimize in terms of carbon emissions, and that's good. But unfortunately, I don't think they care. I think they want to negotiate. They want to exploit. They're not interested in preserving. And the concern of our relative about water is important. That's why we need to talk about the territory, because the territory includes all of this, the rivers, the public policies, and things like that. And what our mediator said about understanding both the technical issues but also the political issues. And I am about to conclude, okay? And the GGA, which is the Global Goal on Adaptation, oh my God, we need to see who is going to supervise this, or we need to create our own surveillance mechanisms so that when we engage in dialogue with them, this is a way of, well, I don't know, we need to create a mechanism to do surveillance because we need to monitor these guys to see how we're moving forward. And we need to create some things because it's so many acronyms that are being created. And now I saw another one, which is the National Adaptation Program. Nobody said this, but I saw this acronym here, and also climate financing. The government funds, I think the fund is unreachable. It's unreachable. It's hidden from us. Whenever we want to access these funds, we can't. So I think governmental funds are just a smokescreen, and this is not new. It's a smokescreen, and when we get there, we get lost. And unfortunately, what is destined to us is very little. And I think we are falling for their act. They are co-opting us, and they're getting in our heads, and we are following what they're saying, and we need to be more vigilant. We need to actually see how we can stop these guys. I don't know, but that's it. And I think we have a big opportunity to do the camp there. If we're gonna go in or not, I don't care, but we need to be there making noise. And the people who are able to go in, they can do that job. But if we can't, we need to camp out outside and do our part. I think each one, in whatever space they have, will have to do something. And I don't think I'll have any other opportunities of taking over 5,000 indigenous relatives. We won't have the opportunity of bringing our relatives that are close by to stage this huge protest. And I think we need to take our bows and arrows, our shamans, and everything we got. Thank you.
Let's call the next one, Gregorio Mirabal from Venezuela. Okay, while he's coming here, may the next one prepare herself, Concita Fepipa Pará. I would like to congratulate you for the panel, for your ideas, proposals. First of all, in support to everything that was brought here, we would have to unite ourselves to decide what's going to be the adaptation and mitigation plan that's going to come from our people. We have many ideas. On Friday or Thursday, we need to have this plan ready. Everything that we are bringing here, proposing here, and from my country, we are going to be part of this plan. From Coiab, we are going to be part of this plan. The biggest river in South America is in Brazil, but the second greatest river in South America is on the triple border, the Orinoco River, Venezuela, Colombia. It's really close to Brazil, to the Rio Negro. So here, water, food, fish, and river, our land are at stake. So for all of that, it's necessary to have financing. To finance so that all indigenous people come to fight for their adaptation plan, mitigation plans for the Amazon basin. Here we have all proposals And from now on, we have 3 months. Kleber, my brother Toya, we need to gather efforts to achieve financing so that indigenous peoples can stop the oil mining and carbon companies that come to negotiate in Belen, that come to keep the destruction of the Amazon. We, with our plan, which will also be negotiated at Bonn, we need to arrive there with this plan complete, which encompasses the Amazon from Suriname, Venezuela, up until the bigger Amazon, which is Brazil. So, brothers and sisters, it's necessary to support this plan and leave no proposal from our brothers behind. They will come with 1,000 lawyers, millions of dollars for the COP30 negotiations. But as Maria Zinha said, we're going to have 5,000 relatives fighting there up until our demands are heard. We no longer have time. It's so much we have to talk about. I don't even know what I have to talk about. But as I have subscribed myself, when our relative that is on the Observatory of the Climate was talking and did the math, I come from Pará and we were discussing the red. I think about the trillions that my colleague has already did the math, and it's among the trillions. It's not billions. It's so much money that I only think about one thing. If our land is the market and we are the owners of the product, why do we not have some financial return? This math never matches. When we have a standing forest, we won't receive the financial resources according to the valuing that we give to our land, as it was never thinking about money. We have the standing forest because this is what guarantees our life, and it's the extension of our existence. Now they saw it and gave their own amount to get some funds. So the question that I make to all of you is, if everything that was done under your perspective, which are scientists on climate change that have access, I don't know if you have, but if you had, to sit with the major financier, they're the ones who are provoking all this change, they're the ones who make this happen. If they have the money, why do they talk about money? And this math never calls their attention, as they only want profit. We should understand how much is our lands, how much this will generate for the atmosphere. Why are they not seeing that this is money? They only see money, profit. I just would like to leave a message for us. Long ago, I don't know what was the year, I think I was just born, and I knew that there was a plane that fell on an indigenous territory. But before I talking about this, I'm going to talk about the fires that happened there. The territory was burning. I think it was in Mato Grosso, I think. Who did they call to make the rain come? Our relatives. No one would believe that the song of our relatives could bring the rain. But I think it's time for us to mobilize ourselves and dance to make something happen on these companies that have been provoking climate change, something that touches on their own money, for them to feel what they are feeling here. Money is what moves them. And we who are here, who are the people that care and who are thinking, we are the ones who need to think about solutions. We need to think for them. We need to adapt. We are saying so many new names, adaptation. And I thought about this in the Portuguese sense, and I saw it was another thing. But I have already spoken in the morning, and I repeat myself. We are not the beneficiaries. They need to pay for us. but in a fair manner, and one that will no longer destroy my people. As every time that it comes to my territory, it's death that it brings. Society divides itself, changes happen. We no longer know what we can do anymore, how to deal with this. So much destruction. If it was just the planet collapsing, it's the life of my people. And later on, we're blamed for it. They say we are the explorers. People make our lives money. I'm extremely sad to know that we are the solution of the problem, but no one wants to hear us. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Concita. Valexon from Coiab. Ariabo from Podali, Roraima. Good afternoon. Now to speak about climate change. I thought it was pretty when you say that we have millions, we have many impacts within our indigenous lands. But a concern is when we talk about demarcation. When they have demarcated my territory and there, they left all the land behind. What about then? When we talk about adaptation, in 2015, they said that they reviewed, they made a revision. We're questioning that. They reviewed to diminish even more our territory. And now, in 2020, we have some pesticide within our territory, around it. The situation that we are talking about now is, you have said it really well, I don't remember your name, Márcio, when we are talking about, what about now? Who will be punished for this? That's because what we wanted to amplify in our territory, in the forests, they no longer exist. We only have soil there. Who are we going to punish? I will tell you something which was really beautiful. A plane going on top of our indigenous land, and later we had water, but it was not water. It was pesticides on top of us, and no one tells it. And this also impacts climate change. And I just would like to reinforce that within all these actions, plans, we need to have someone to blame. As now I can go under the sun, or else my skin begins to have some scars. And it's not me, it's just my community, a state, an indigenous land, an entire country. The entire country, Brazil, is going through this difficulty. And I bring this for us to reflect upon. As from the moment that we are planning to amplify things, we are saying that we want our territories back with water, with igarapés, with rivers, with lakes, with forests, so that we can develop ourselves and have a future. Thank you so much. And Camilo from Confeniac, Ecuador. I'm from the Podali Fund from Mato Grosso. I would like to congratulate the panel for many standpoints that were presented here to this audience. I understand that we are organized in 9 countries, many organizations recognized at a global level. So I would like to speak concretely. I liked Márcio's speech We need to point things out, indicators with graphs, numbers. I am in favor of following this agenda that is being built for a long time, 29 COPs ago. But I believe we need to have strategies with numbers, talking about the territories in Brazil. From these numbers of contributions, graphs, everything that we need to legitimize this discussion. And also work on the other side, on agribusiness, to do things. How much do they contribute to this discussion? We need to point things out. We know all activity, ours and theirs, needs this natural phenomenon that is being threatened. So based on that, we would need to follow and perform a movement, not on the COP and the discussion. It's about our existence. We know that nowadays everything that we have achieved in Brazil was through fighting. Both of the articles that are in the Constitution were with a lot of fight, mobilization at a national level. So we need to have strategies such as this to be able to have an agenda for the 9 countries that have been discussing this at a global level. That is what I wanted to bring to us. And finalizing my speech here, as 29 COPs ago, I have seen no concrete solutions for us. There's no solution that was concretely achieved. We had advancements, but something concrete for us to point out here, up until now, I have seen nothing. I don't know if someone can show me if we have these actions that are working. This is the path for us to go forward. This is the contribution that I wanted to give. And once more, congratulations to the panel. Thank you. Thank you. Now Camilo. And then Marcela from Podali. Good afternoon. My name is Camilo Moni. I am from the Confiniai. Thank you so much to the panelists, to the leaders in this pre-Indigenous COP event. To me, it's important to know and analyze these presentations that are being done by different people from different countries. 600 years ago, our grandparents, our people who were headed the entire America, thinking about that, thinking about our life spaces. We know that we do not have a good governance. The climate, adaptation, all of that was already planned by them. They knew how to survive. The state is now conquering us, and we are now being born again. For us to govern in each state and territory, we need to be on our knees to the state so they can give us a license to govern on our territory. It's the opposite now. This concern is that each one of you also has, is that these forests, my colleagues, we as indigenous people have a message, and now we need to write. Many things are similar. The strategic lines for climate change. We need to have a good communication. Communication is important. We influence our countries. This is important since we in Ecuador, and Peru, we are above river. I ate fish and I say we are above the river, and that's where the contamination goes down the river. All of these ideas that we have today, we're going to write them up. We have 50, 60 years of civilization. Our grandparents would pass on the messages through their voices, and now we need to hear so that the world can understand our message. It's not to request, this is our right, the right that we have as indigenous people in Latin America, fighting for our forests and our brothers and sisters. I would like to ask Sine, how could we strengthen indigenous people in the Amazon? For Caucus. For us, this is still something new. And how can we impact people in isolation? How can we think about who could we work with, as this is also a new thing that is coming, so no one talks about our name. We are the ones who need to do that. We need to make our voices be heard. Thank you. And the last one is Toya.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, panelists. And I will speak as someone who has never been part of a COP, but who hears many discussions. And I would like to emphasize many things that Ariabo and Concita have said. We have followed many discussions, but the results have not reached our communities. Because we often talk about the climate, we talk about combating climate change, we present solutions, discuss, do this and that, but often our peoples are not accessing the tools and mechanisms for making it happen. And often, I will go into what Mr. Marcio said, and he's concerned in us having another aggregated factor to put pressure. But I think we need to put our foot on the door, and this was said by Concita or Mariazinha, we are moving to adaptation without achieving mitigation. And as I've seen, we are concerned in telling the world what we're feeling, but what about our government? We often seek solutions outside when the Brazilian states in the territory, the government is promoting a negotiation table to exclude over 1,000 hectares of my territory. So how can we discuss in COP30 in tackling climate change if the Brazilian state is destroying the main preservation factor of the Amazon forest in Brazil? So we need to combat also the government of the state within the COP to show what's actually happening. We are often presenting solutions to improve indigenous land and to do demarcation, but the government has destroyed us, and I don't know how is it that the people who are able to go inside have spoken out within the discussion spaces. We also need to put pressure on our government and say what's actually happening, because it's not enough to say we need demarcation, we need this, but we need to say we're doing this, we are preserving nature, but the Brazilian government has also attacked our rights. 2 lands were revoked, and the decree for the demarcation of my land, I think, is the second oldest demarcated indigenous land in Brazil. It comes right after the Xingu Park, so it's a territory. My time is up. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Marcelo. Now, Toya. We will conclude the comments with Toya, and then we will come back to the panel for general comments. Marcela, I will complete your comments. And first, I'd like to congratulate the panelists for bringing a lot of information. And I thought Marcio would be even more polemic. When he started speaking, I said, I will ask to speak first. But he brought something, guys, that ever since yesterday we have been working with. How can we perform this advocacy? And yesterday's panel and today's panel, Paulino Montejo, a very important person for the indigenous movement in Brazil and in the Amazon and in Central America. A round of applause. And, well, guys, some people might say we have different types of discourse here. Let's put our foot on the door or let's fight. But something that Marcio talks about is the market. The market cares about numbers. And the scientists also only care about numbers. We can say, pick the best words here, but if there are no numbers or data to back that up, these guys are not going to understand what we're saying. But will we stop mobilizing and protesting? No, we will continue doing that to strengthen our fight. And also, we talked about the spaces. Before, we didn't really pay attention to these advocacy spaces. We often go to COPs, and what we say is this, oh, there has been no results, but I think there have been many results, and I'm speaking on behalf of Marcelo as well. We have had many results, but the thing is, one of the issues is that the negotiations are done through countries who are the parties of the UN. We are not party of the UN. We're not considered parties by the UN. We live in the territory, but we're not considered as parties. The states are the parties. And we need to burst that bubble and participate in the negotiations. Another important point is also capacity building and knowing the system from inside and the negotiation spaces and what we want to negotiate. I think Ada brought very important contributions. She was a negotiator for the Mexican government for a while, so she knows these spaces. And to conclude, I think we're working with the issue of transforming demarcation of indigenous territories into a climate policy. And in talking to Danny Clay, he asked, okay, but isn't the demarcation of indigenous land in the Constitution? Isn't it the obligation of the state? We may even say this, but Brazil will have to convince another 195 countries that the demarcation of territories is important, and many countries don't even recognize indigenous peoples. And where is that moment? Where is Danny Clay? Did he leave? Oh no, there he is. And where is that money going to come from? So we need to say what we want and to say where the money is going to come from and where it needs to go to. Like Marcio said, the resources usually go to funds that benefit not us, but those who already have a power of mobilization within the state. I said I was going to ask questions, but I don't have any questions. I'm just making comments and emphasizing the importance of this panel for us to know how to deal with this entire process. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the comments. And I have this awful role as the mediator of interrupting people, and I will now pass the floor to the panelists. You each have 3 minutes for your comments. I'm sorry, Sinea. I'm sorry. 3 minutes to make general comments, and we have to conclude because we have a coffee break just outside. I will I will start with Marcel. Okay, first I'd like to say that you, Toya, shouldn't listen to Danny Clay. Don't listen to anything he says. We know where he's from, what he's made of. So pay attention. And a minute? No? Oh, sorry. When you talk about Donny Clay, you have bad luck even in timekeeping. And the carbon calculation is just a provocation for us to think about. And we need to be very careful, like our colleague from Pará, Concita said something which is very important, which is the calculation cannot serve for us to put a price. When we did the math in the 215 bill, the calculation served the purpose of engaging in a political struggle, not to put a price on things. But it is a provocation to see if we can use that math and how. But I wanted to use my 2.5 minutes that I still have, to say the following. Just to recognize the importance of this meeting that you're having and of these 3 days, and to draw a comparison about the level of depth of the debate that you are able to engage in comparison to several other sectors that participate in the climate conference. And I would like to say it's very impressive, the amount of proposals that come from debates among indigenous populations and how many things you can come up with, and that you're very much ahead of many other sectors. And of course, I don't want to talk other sectors down, but for example, family farming as a sector that is very much interested in the climate debate looks to the indigenous peoples as an example. So the importance of what is produced in terms of proposals here is fundamental, not only to move forward with the indigenous agenda, but also you serve as an example for other sectors. I know this because when I talk to people from family farming, I say the following. Do you see the level of the debate and reflections that indigenous peoples have? You need to mirror them. And whenever we have that type of meeting, we only go deeper into the reflections, and we train more people, more leaders, and we go deeper into the topics. So the provocation is just meant to contribute or not, and I always try to be careful, but I want to recognize the capacity of organizing and of creating proposals and that you have on this agenda, which is very enviable and an example for several other sectors that are going into the climate agenda. So congratulations. Well, very briefly, I don't want to use my 3 minutes to leave more time to others, but I just want to answer Mariazinha because she said, we have to focus on mitigation, but we no longer have time to focus only on mitigation, and it's not either or. We need to focus on both. We need to reduce emissions and we need to adapt because we're going over the 1.5 degrees that had been agreed on the Paris Agreement, and the most impacted are indigenous peoples, vulnerable communities, and traditional peoples. So we need to talk about adaptation. We need to definitely put pressure on wealthy countries, and the conventions have a concept which is those who pollute should pay. So the polluter countries should put in more resources, and we need to put pressure on that. And we need to be ambitious on the reduction of emissions, but we need to also have an adaptation agenda, because otherwise it's going to be the ugly duckling of the conventions, of the negotiation, always treated as a lesser agenda that has less resources, but I think that you bring this in your discourse, in your proposals, the many actions and initiatives that the indigenous movement in Brazil and in the Pan Amazon has, and thank you for allowing me to be in this panel. I just wanted to say that I'm grateful to my colleagues with whom I shared such an important panel, but also to you. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to hear us out, because we miss these spaces of being listened in contexts where there's a lot of noise. And I think that us indigenous peoples are ready to combat what's happening to our countries. We have the knowledge, we have the planning instruments, we know what we want to spend money on when the money gets to the territories. We know how to do it, and we think an adaptation strategy is also necessary to reduce emissions. And the restoration topic, I don't know if the word is restoration or healing territories which have been damaged. And this needs to be a topic in the agenda, because we're fighting to recover territories, to heal and restore the territories. We will recover damaged territories, to heal them, to take care of the territories, and to make them healthier, to benefit society and the community. And this also is related to the rivers. The rivers are also contaminated with mercury, and we also need resources and actions and knowledge of the indigenous peoples to heal and the rivers that are sick, because the next war will be for water. We need to start taking care of the water that we're going to drink, because otherwise we will be drinking contaminated, dirty water. And the question is, do we want to drink dirty and contaminated water? No, we need to stick together and to create real and effective action so that we can drink clean and not dirty water. So restoration and taking care of life. And thank you. I will take advantage of the 2 minutes Fernanda has left for us, so it's 5 minutes. Well, thank you to my fellow panelists, and Marcio was able to provoke me. So I think I wanted to say something which is very important about the carbon issue. Marcio, we cannot be quantified as carbon. This is the main thing that we need to say on this debate of the carbon market. We know that us indigenous peoples have carbon stocks, and the state governments work with flows, but the stock that we have is precious, and together with that stock we bring much of our knowledge and the way we maintain the forest. So I'd like to ask all of our supporters here to create indicators of what indigenous peoples have done within the indigenous land. Indicators that may say, for example, all of the work that we have done, because I didn't see this in the PSA, the payment for environmental services. Scientists still haven't been able to quantify how much is our work worth, right, Alexandre? We need to know how to quantify this, but you can say, oh, this is not enough for the UNFCCC, but we need to change these boxes. While we don't change them and we don't take our perspectives through graphs, not just as carbon market, I have to say that I have 300 tons of carbon to recognize that the indigenous land has an important role. Maybe, but we need to quantify what type of maintenance work we have been doing. And yes, and previously we only talked about the forest standing, but they forgot that within the forest there was people, and our rights should be guaranteed. For the relative that asked about the caucus, this is a space that has existed ever since ECHO 92, Global Indigenous Peoples, moving towards these spaces. And it's not just going to COP once that we can follow these debates. We can create references within our lands and in our states that follow these debates on a daily basis. It's difficult, it's technical, but it's not impossible to follow them. And we need to follow the advances of these discussions with us included in the negotiation table. Will we be negotiators for Brazil? I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs doesn't think about it like that, but we need to be in the decision making spaces. Thank you.
For the suggestions. Yes, I think that we should strengthen each other, but that is what we are doing with the G9, with all of the organization. We have organized ourselves, and that is where we have adapted again. We have used the Western way to adapt, to ensure that they would understand us. But it is important to highlight that we indigenous people are ahead of all society, living in adaptation for at least 5 centuries, including living in demarcated indigenous land. There is no other greater adaptation plan than demarcation of territory that has always been free. Now, it is the turn of the society and government to adapt and allocate the great resources to indigenous people. And recognition of the historical adaptation we have made. It is now our turn to mitigate to their pot of gold, and they have to adapt that we are the people that has given their pot of gold. So we have the right not to put one finger, but to take what is ours. And what is ours is our land, our demarcated land. Let me make sure that all of the indigenous land are demarcated, and it has to start yesterday, not tomorrow. Let's go together and let them adapt at the COP 30, because this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning that we will mitigate into the COP 30. So thank you. Let's go together, parentes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. I would like to thank Coiab once more for the invitation. And just this last comment here, I'm not impressed with the technical capability and political capability of indigenous people. I'm impressed with the capability of the government hearing the high level of mining of the oil extractors than those of that have been holding this country with just a thread. It's an honor and privilege to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. I would like to ask for our panel to take the official picture. Now we are going for the break. 10 minutes, please. As the next panel is the panel that is extremely important, that is climate financing. Without climate financing, we can't adapt, mitigate, support our territories. The next panel will have climate authorities that are talking about climate financing. So we are going to go for the break for 10 minutes, and later on we come back to talk about climate financing. about commitments and agreements of governments from the perspective of indigenous people to be presented to governments. And we are now bringing an important theme, which is on financing. I will now see who is present here. We have Kaziki, Tabia from IDCEP. Are you here? Are you there? No? Tabia? Tabia? Okay, the roll call I'm making now, those who are not here for this panel, come here or else you're going to pay a dare. Elcio, Marcelo from PNC. Oh, he's there. Is our moderator there? Aurelio? Great. Once more, good afternoon. You're now fed. We are now going for a moment where we're going to pay attention to the theme that's going to come now. Who do you know Aurelio? I'm going to call him again. Do you know him? Who else knows him? Raise your hand. Oh, a lot of people know you, Aurelio. Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Aurelio Viana. I'm here at the invitation of Coiab. Good afternoon. Once more, my name is Aurelio Viana. I work on the Territorial Fund Tenure Facility. I'm here at the invitation of Coiab to coordinate a panel on climate financing. As you may know, this is a super important theme for each one for the Indigenous agenda, and it's one of the priority themes for this COP 30, that will happen in Belém. I will now call in order Valéria Payet, the Executive Director from the Indigenous Fund Pudali, José Valentim, our colleague from CIDOP, Bolivia, Kleber Caripuna, Executive Coordinator from APIB and Head of the Jaguacá Fund, Yelcio Marcelo from TNC, that you all know. You can come there. The idea to talk about such an important theme for all of us is also to provoke the panelists from concrete experiences and information that connect to the theme. It's not exactly for each one to talk about everything. So I will make some guiding questions. After this round, then we open for the interventions of the plenary, for another dialogue. I would like to begin from an overview and ask Kleber, who is following from the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities, the main international debates on financing of indigenous people and local communities. It actually goes beyond that. And Kleber, we would like to hear from you what is happening of most important. There are two initiatives that appear very strongly: TFFF and the 2.0 pledge, which is the promise that was done in Glasgow. And if possible, I would like you to talk about these two initiatives regarding directly the agenda of indigenous peoples. Well, let's go. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My God, we just ate. Okay, how long do I have? 10 minutes? Okay. Well, before specifically talking about the second commitment, the 2.0 pledge and the TFFF agenda, in general, this debate on climate financing on the previous panel, we have seen the amount of demands, actions, practices that need to be performed, specifically for mitigation and adaptation and also other themes, to contain the advancement of the climate crises, the emission of greenhouse gases, deforestation, and all of these attempts to position the planet into this global aspect. And the theme of climate financing is to look at how governments, countries, authorities are thinking in terms of guaranteeing support financing actions such as this, be it nationally, globally. And that's where all the discussion is. We're going to talk about the 2.0 pledge and the TFFF. However, for these scenarios, we have the Green Climate Fund, other mechanisms that are already operating. I should also remember the Biodiversity Fund. At COP16 at Colombia, we had an exit for the indigenous agenda and local communities, the commitment of the Calia Fund, thought of to support actions for local communities. And within this scenario, for the past 2 to 3 years, both of these agendas, from the 2.0 pledge, which is this rendition of the previous pledge that was of $1.7 billion from indigenous people and local communities at a global level, that now the same group of the FTFG, that I never remember the acronym, if it is the FTFG group, that in Glasgow took on this commitment composed by philanthropy and also governments to directly support indigenous peoples at a global level. And now we are discussing this new arrangement. We are within a process of discussion closely from the Global Alliance with these actors to insert our agendas, our main demands. This commitment is specifically for indigenous people in local communities. We do not have yet a new amount of how much it's going to be. The previous one was 1.7 billion. We don't know how much this new one is going to be. However, we are discussing for the COP30 the announcement of a new commitment. We have talked about $2.0 billion. We don't yet have an amount. But what's interesting in this discussion of the financial pledge 2.0 is that how much indigenous people in local communities, but special indigenous people, how much have we been positioning ourselves so that this new commitment is closer to the indigenous reality of our actions and the direct financing for indigenous people? Some of you, many of you have followed this debate on the study done on this previous commitment that less than 1% of all this 1.7 B at a global level, less than 1% came to the territories to support directly the projects, actions, the demands of indigenous peoples in the territories. And throughout these past years from the studies, we had a dialogue and debate on how to improve the arrangement for the better functioning for this to truly reach mostly, or not completely, to increase the percentage of what's coming to the edge. And through this pathway, a debate that has grown was a direct financing for indigenous peoples and local communities. And within this context, both for this one of the pledge and 2.0 and the TFFF, we are taking this agenda of direct financing for indigenous peoples and local communities from our own indigenous governances, our organizations, and within this scenario we had debates on the indigenous funds mechanisms created by indigenous people, managed by them, for them. And this is growing within this debate that is being positive with negotiators from philanthropy, in this case from the 2.0. And this discussion that is being made aims for the resources of donors, be it philanthropy, governments, international cooperation, donors, most that we can send directly for indigenous people without intermediaries, the necessary intermediaries, so that the resources can reach the edge. This is a challenge. We have many factors associated to that. We have had a recent debate on our own needs for improving our management formalities, their capabilities of management in our organizations, our indigenous funds, regarding the receiving a significant amount of resources in many regions. Now we have some positive experiences of indigenous funds, organizations that have a management level well trained, but this is also a debate that is within this process of how these resources reach these regions. It won't cause many problems. So this is a process that we are debating for this path. The territorial commitment, the financial commitment 2.0 that is being discussed. We have been seeking to impact and establish principles and goals of what do we understand about direct financing. This is important for our debate. It's what we have been seeking to defend. Direct financing for us is not the investment of donors, governments, in public policies or government programs nationally, but the direct support to projects, actions, demands from the indigenous peoples funds. This debate that we are defending is to support, strengthen, to help to instrumentalize, structure organizations, indigenous funds that can directly receive and make this resource circulate through territories as directly as possible. This is what we have been defending in the Global Alliance within the debate of direct financing for climate financing. In parallel, connected to the question that was made, it's the 2.0 debate and the TFFF. On the TFFF, which is this mechanism launched by the Brazilian government of the Tropical Forest Fund facility on the Dubai Cup, that from then on has suffered many criticism and that now seeks to be one of the greatest announcements for COP30, headed by the Brazilian government, but we have other countries involved in it, both on governance mechanisms as well as countries that are signaling. They are signaling that they can be donors for the mechanism, as well as the mechanism is now proposing to capture resources from the private sector. And from the launch of the mechanism, we seek to see how this mechanism would relate to indigenous peoples and local communities. Recently, last year, the Global Alliance, at the invitation of the Brazilian government and the World Bank, that is still handling negotiations of possibly being the manager of the mechanism in the TFF, have invited the Global Alliance to help to collaborate on the process of co-creation of how the TFF would relate with indigenous peoples and local communities at a global level. We have received this in October of last year, and in February of this year, at the Global Alliance planning meeting, we made a decision of being part of this process of co-creation, and we proposed ourselves to be part of this for two reasons. One, being within this process, being able to impact from inside, from our views, and bringing all of the necessary safeguards connected to our peoples, territories, our fund mechanism, debate on direct financing, to be within this process, intervening and helping to collaborate on this debate.
And the second specific point that we said we would only be a part of this process if we had the guarantee that it would be something innovative, which is having a mechanism of the size that TFFF is purporting itself to be, of capturing $120 billion and then transferring it to government and directly to indigenous peoples. And in the case of the TFFF, the original proposal from government was at least 20% for indigenous peoples at the global level. And ever since yesterday, we have been discussing why isn't it the contrary, 80% for indigenous peoples and 20% for government. So we're also debating this. There are some countries who are part of this discussion process that have signaled they would like their amount to be bigger for their countries. And this is the example of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And about 2 weeks ago, a meeting in Kinshasa in the Democratic Republic of Congo, they said that to them this percentage should be 50% for indigenous peoples and local communities. So there are positions by some countries that this percentage should be at least 20%. It can be more, it can be half and half. But this has not been agreed amongst the TFFF governance in general. But the position of these countries helps us to bring a new scenario about a discussion on what would be the percentage for indigenous peoples. And to conclude, because I'm way out of time, just to conclude, if we propose we wanted to co-create this mechanism because the Global Alliance couldn't be the only ones in this process. And the idea would be forming an international committee composed of indigenous organizations responsible for each region, for several regions in this context, especially the countries member of the TFFF initiative. We made this provocation, it was accepted, and some other indigenous associations are composing this global committee, which is helping. We had the first in person meeting about a week ago, but which is helping us think about the better format or proposal for the TFFF mechanism in its relationship with the indigenous peoples. For the 20%, for now we're working with the idea of at least 20%. What would be the best format for the 20% to reach the territories, the organizations, the indigenous funds? And so ensues a somewhat tense debate because the position of some countries, including the Brazilian government, is that they understand that the 20% should also encompass the financing of public policies. And we have always said that direct financing for us is supporting programs and actions directly conducted by indigenous peoples, and that the financing of public policies in each country, and it will depend on the country. Here in Brazil, we have a specific relationship with the government. We have a relationship which is different from Malaysia, Indonesia, and other countries which are part of this TFFF discussion. So it would be on a case-by-case basis. But just to conclude, the idea that we're working with is that if we don't achieve 100% of direct financing, what is the original proposal that the Alliance took? Would be that the manager of the TFFF, which we are thinking it will probably be the World Bank, we don't know if that's the case, but we are discussing that. The main manager of the TFFF could, based on an account, a fund within the mechanism, would be the one who would directly transfer the money to the indigenous funds. This format presented, which is what the Global Alliance has initially defended, has not been well accepted because of the management and governance of several indigenous funds in several countries, in several continents. This is being considered a specific problem. But we are discussing a second option, which is still being debated, which would be the creation of national committees by the countries to where the 20% for each country. I don't know if you're all familiarized with this, but the TFFF wants to pay for the preservation of the forest standing. So the country that presents the results on this many hectares preserved, they receive that value multiplied by $4, and there has also been criticism about the $4 that are being paid per hectare of forest standing preserved. But in a practical example, for example, if Brazil has 100 million hectares proven a forest preserved, we would be entitled to $400 million receivable as the result of payment for the preservation of the forest standing. Out of the 400 million, 20% would be destined to indigenous peoples and traditional communities in Brazil. So we're talking about 80 million, approximately $80 million, which would be sent to local communities and indigenous peoples in Brazil. And the idea is that that 20%, if the first option is not approved, that it goes to a national committee, not to a government account, to be managed by a committee nationally at the country level. A committee made up of indigenous peoples and traditional communities. We had some experiences, and other colleagues will mention this, but I wanted to mention something that for the Amazon worked very well, which was the management of the demonstrative project of indigenous peoples in a tripartite governance, following the example of other programs that also had a similar model, and that would be an idea if the first option is not approved, because the option that all countries are defending is that 100% of the resources that we're entitled to for the results presented goes to the government, and then the government manages that money, applying it to public policies. And what we're defending is the opposite of that. We are not defending that because we think that public policies are a government responsibility, and they should stem from the public coffers or from that 80% and our 20%. And also because conservative, extreme right, or countries with dictatorships that don't have a good relationship with indigenous peoples, we don't know how these funds will be managed. So we want to think about a mechanism that can allow direct financing in the best way possible in the case of the TFFF for indigenous peoples. And now to finalize, I'm like my colleague Jima Nama, he finalizes 4 to 5 times. But to conclude, for real this time, the idea behind what we're defending in forming this committee would be to taking advantage of the expertise we already have with the experience of mechanisms and organizations, in our case, Brazilian organizations. And these would be the member of these spaces with our friends from traditional communities. And this would be an idea of bringing these actors together to manage the funds. And we're debating all of this. We have some next steps in this process that will culminate after the Bonn agenda and the Climate Week of London, after the third concept note that is foreseen for June 13th, but it will probably be published later because the mechanism will be more agreed on to be presented during COP30 as an experience. And if it works out, it can mirror other formats of other funds like the Green Environment Fund, the Biodiversity Fund, for the joint management by indigenous peoples. So just giving an overview of what we're discussing at the Global Alliance. Thank you, Kleber. And the question was very broad, and the answer had to be answered. You answered in the shortest time possible because it's a very complex issue. And I just wanted to mention a couple of things that Kleber said to then pass the floor to Valeria. Within the things that Kleber said, there is a point that's very relevant, which is we are dealing with climate financing, and currently dealing with climate financing is dealing with the demarcation of indigenous land, with food security, with territorial protection, territorial management. And why is that? Because the main sources of financing internationally today, multilateral or not, that meet these demands stem from climate funding and financing. So climate financing currently is a crucial debate to tackle, like Kleber said, and he said it very well, all of the challenges posed by climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and emergencies. But fundamentally, for this conversation here, all of that is directly connected to financing that is done by the territories, that is directed to the territories. And something else that Kleber talked about, there are several sources of climate financing today, but we pay special attention to the 2 points or mechanisms or initiatives that he mentions because they represent innovative aspects and because they are related to the other ones. When Kleber talked about the pledge, the 2.0 commitment to be reformulated in Belém is because there was a previous commitment that had questionable success, but that fostered financing for local indigenous communities through numbers. And this pledge, its term will end during this COP. So everything Kleber said is related to a commitment that will be undertaken to different funders in Belém. And Kleber also drew our attention to one point: the innovation of a new financial mechanism proposed by the Brazilian government, counting with the participation of the indigenous movement and and indigenous communities. This is a mechanism that should be announced, but it will need some time to mature. And the mechanism announced during COP30 will not start working right away, transferring resources next year or next month. It's going to be 3 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later, and that's good. That's good because we're thinking about something that is permanent. But that's when Kleber's intervention about the pledge is even more important, because the pledge can serve for us to do this transition. So committing financial resources to guarantee that while this mechanism is not completely operational, we can see these resources being transferred. And another point that Kleber drew our attention to, and here I will pass the floor to Valeria, the indigenous movement has been talking about direct financing. And what we call direct financing is not the financing of public policies. In the case of the TFFF, the 80% should be used for that. We're talking about money that will be funneled to organizations, communities, and peoples. And a point he mentioned, and here I will make a bridge to pass the floor to Valeria, is the following. Well, this resource to be transferred, it needs to be transferred to an organization. The indigenous organizations are capable of receiving bigger or smaller amounts, but they exist. But now, the indigenous movement and the traditional peoples and communities movement has offered a new format that is related to the history and the demands that the movement is creating. What is this new format? That would be the movement creating its own financial mechanism to manage resources and to transfer resources to communities, organizations, and peoples. And here Kleber talks about this, mentioning that there are platforms that work as financial mechanisms that the Global Alliance has. They have a platform to funnel resources. In other countries, there are national funds with indigenous peoples or with other organizations, and that exists. Now, where we have the biggest accumulation of the creation and working of financial mechanisms created and managed by indigenous peoples and other traditional peoples is here in Brazil. And now I'll pass the floor to Valeria. Valeria, what are these financial mechanisms referred to as territorial community funds or just community funds, which are created and managed by territorial movements? And I will ask you if you could explain a little bit about this based on the Podali experience, because Valeria is the executive director of Podali, but also dealing with others and talking about others, because in Brazil we already have something that we can refer to as an ecosystem of indigenous funds. So this is very advanced, and this may really be useful for the debate with other countries and organizations, and to talk about this debate with the big funders. Hello? Can you hear me? Well, Aurelio told me I had 20 minutes, right? That's the time I think I should have. Okay, so first I'd like to say in this debate that Kleber's comments were very important because he talks about the demarcation of territories and it being a climate policy, and that should be a state policy, because nowadays in Brazil we still have a hard time in having state budgets for the indigenous topic. More and more, this resource, which belongs to the state, to the country, and here we're talking about Brazil, for this topic, which is so important, it has been decreasing in general terms. There is no resource to demarcate indigenous land, to protect indigenous land. And it has been said many times. I think we can't leave that behind, because in the debate on financing, we need to set a commitment on the guarantee of rights and of demarcation within a perspective of discussion. And I call this a flying bird. It hasn't landed. We are still discussing, it's for the future. And what is happening now? What is it going to look like now? What is the commitment already undertaken by the state? And based on that, the dimension of the discussion and the action of the funds is something that we don't want to replace the role of the state. Never. We don't want to take on that role. But we, as in peoples who contribute directly to protecting our territories, we want to continue doing our part, taking on this commitment, which has also been mentioned as something in my previous intervention. The NDCs, I said, are our indigenous commitment to the country and to the planet within this general debate. So it is within this discussion of bringing forms of action together. That's how we're talking about acting and creating these mechanisms and these tools.
And then I will talk about this process, this debate, provoked by all these discussions. I think no one has truly said, apart from us, indigenous, environmentalists, all of us who are here understand. We who are here understand. But actually, those who decide things have never understood. They never wanted to understand the means by which we organize ourselves. Our organizations in Brazil were created as an obligation to have this relationship with the Brazilian state, the creation of the individual taxpayer numbers. But for the indigenous people, the creation of individual taxpayer numbers, the CNPJ, is a step forward. We are trying to deal with that, but the other way around is still really difficult. To absorb our structures is still really difficult. And I would like to make this comment on the sense that from this experience, the provocation to say that many times, many partners, financiers that say, well, now that Coiab created the Podali, the resource for indigenous peoples can go for Podali in the Brazilian Amazon. And I always say, no, that's not how things work. Our political organization exists, it's structured, it has conditions and capabilities to manage a resource that is for them, that is due. It's their mission to have dialogues, to have impact on these processes that indigenous people do really well. This impact, and it's from this that we bring this experience on the creation of the Podali Fund. And from the history of the Podali Fund, of its creation, it has existed for 5 years. And 5 years ago, we have been on a path in which I need to rescue this 5 years of existence, as we have a path of 11 years of debate. Building things, discussing things, understanding ourselves. And this time is one that has allowed us to reflect for us. We did not want to create a fund that meets the demands of outsiders. It's to meet our demands, our processes. So we have no time. We don't want to run to do things. It's been 11 years. We have now concretely the Podali Fund for 5 years. And this fund, that by being created, now it was launched in Glasgow as an idea. Coiab went to Glasgow and said, "You have always said that we never know where to go to support indigenous people. If it's not through our organizations, through Coiab, APIB, the existing organizations in the Amazon, now we have a tool, which is the Podali. Here it is. We presented Podali. So this is an opportunity to truly not only say we want to support or we will support, but to say that this is really happening. And we are talking about the data that Kleber brings, this promise that was made on the amount that is 1% of what was promised. This is what comes to us. And within the 5 years of Podali's existence, what were we able to capture from this resource? Nowadays, 20 million. But within our capabilities to continue to guide, I really like our partners. We had an experience that he will be able to tell here to build such processes of what I'm going to talk about. To say, no, we are not service renderers. We want to create things with you. We have our own rules. We create our own things. When are we going to sit and handle the TNC rules and the rules of the fund? And when are you going to respect us on this dialogue? You sign contracts, but they say, no, you're not going to sign this. Give it back. Work with your directory, but this is not how we sign it. In this process, I consider this as being a re-education for us, but also for outside. And this strengthens us to create our own process through us, looking at us, answering our demands, looking at our structures. And from this, we can say that in Brazil, we have experiences, many experiences that are strengthened, have been strengthened for 5 years, 3 years, the network of community funds of the Amazon. Podali is part of this process that incentivizes debate on crucial subjects, but it has also brought with the DEMA Fund that has existed for 20 years the creation of this network. Let's strengthen ourselves. Let's discuss crucial subjects and share this as learned lessons, and from that we can then trail our path. Those who belong to the network are 9 funds in the Brazilian Amazon, among them indigenous funds that I'm going to talk about, but from other people like the coconut extractors, the Pushiru Fund, a recent fund, the Women's Fund from Santarém. These are the funds of traditional communities and peoples. And talking about indigenous people, regarding what you said, Aurelio, about this ecosystem, the Podali Fund I mean, it's important for us to say that we have the fund for indigenous peoples, the fund of, for, which are different. And within this perspective, we truly identify 4 funds headed by indigenous people, discussing results that are conducted by our organization. The Podali Fund is the first one for Brazil. And after that, we have the Ferni Fund that acts with FOIRNI, the Federation of Indigenous Organizations of Rio Negro, the Yanti Fund, conducted by CIR in Roraima, and we have the Pacará Fund in my land that's being discussed, built. These are the funds in the Brazilian Amazon that were built and that act jointly. I mean, many times I'm asked, oh, Valeria, isn't this a competition among the funds? When we look from outside, I was asked that a lot. I mean, for outsiders, it may seem like a competition, but for us, this is not a competition. We don't compete against each other. I always say, when we think about this action, we should think about a network. For Rio Negro, for example, many institutions even want to support via Podali, and I say it's not necessary. Rio Negro has its own fund. If you have decided that you're going to support Rio Negro, talk to FOI and FIRNI. You need to talk to them. You don't need to talk to us. Much like SEAL created theirs. And that's where our difference is in our actions. We don't want all the money. We want this resource to reach the edge through the existing instruments. That is the pathway that we're building as this big network and as this big ecosystem of action, and this is how we have always acted as indigenous people. We are joined together. We share with you the possibility for replicating this. And at the same time, within this construction process, we also create contribution with the National Indigenous Movement. The creation of the Jaguatá Fund is given with the support of Podali, directly supporting this process of discussion, much like on the Northeast. They are discussing the Maracá Fund. We are together with them. We are going to share our experiences so each one can do that from their territory. This was a little bit of what I wanted to share with you on how we act and the processes that we build on this discussion on climate financing. Thank you, Valeria. I will be short on the transition to receive no complaints from Valeria, I'm afraid. So I will pass the floor to Valentin. That is an indigenous leadership from Bolivia. You know him. He's from Sidopi. He has a long history, and I asked for him for his contributions on the financing of the indigenous agenda and the indigenous organizations in Bolivia. I wanted him to also tell the experience of the Indigenous Fund created in Bolivia as part of a public policy, compensation, and that also dialogues with a subject that Valeria has already mentioned, a diversity of funds that many times are not only from indigenous people, but for indigenous people or with indigenous people. So, Valentine, you have the floor, please. Thank you, Aurelio. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to bring here a memento. In 1990, we have made a campaign through Coiab in the European cities for a month. And I was lucky that a toucan and a Colombian, Cabrio, we went through a path in all the European cities talking about climate change. That life for indigenous peoples and for the world was important, and that's why we would need to preserve forests. Some universities, some schools. We had 18 people from Coiab. In my group, we had Brazilians, a Colombian. And what happened in these moments? I'm sorry, it's because I need to say why we are here. In each speech that was being made, we would say we have to talk about the contamination created by the big European companies, the so-called first world developed countries. This is what we would talk about at that moment. So we have then requested, made a petition. So I see you, young people. I say young people still. And I say, take this message forward. It's not because governments, the states, no, we, the indigenous people from South America, from the Amazon basin, were the ones that have requested to have this debate, this discussion on the environment, climate change. This was done by us in 1990. This is for you. It's not because tomorrow we're going to have COP30. 2.5 years later, on June 3rd, we began the meeting of Rio up until the 14th of June. You already know that they heard us. And then the toucan said, they didn't say you have 10 minutes. They gave him 3 minutes. And then he said, you need to hear me. All of that is in the territory of my people, and you need to hear it. That's what he said. And it's not because COP was done. No, it was an initiative of indigenous people. We have other things to talk about, and you may remember the campaign of IRSA. In Bolivia, they were able to stop 2 big projects run from the Cacoí Esperanza power plant that was not built, a highway. We were able to stop this process, but this was done with the unity of all peoples from Bolivia, with outsider support and through cooperation, external cooperation. These are the elements I wanted to bring to you as a memento as I have a lot of faith that what we are being able to consolidate now, I'm sure this is going to be positive and we are going to be heard. On the Paris Agreement, this event will have a follow-up on the advancements of the participation of indigenous peoples and the benefits. I'm sure that we will be able to do so. Through what we are doing here with all indigenous peoples, we already have some experiences from Congo, and now we, as the Amazon Basin, need to take one speech forward, well consolidated, fundamented. This is for you to consider how the situation happened so you could reach this COPs from 1992. So it was we, indigenous people, that have done so. And we are still doing so up until now. So I was talking to a colleague. We have a beautiful constitution. We have 411 articles, and from these 411 articles, 219 are in our favor. But what is happening now? We had the regime of the socialist government from 2006 up until today, and we were not able to advance on absolutely nothing. Sanitation was blocked, the titling. I ask you to put the map first, please. So for the request that we made of 30 million hectares, considering the population and growth of indigenous people up until 2050, this demand is there, this request is there. Up until now, we have consolidated 18 million of hectares of these titled lands. And what happens here? The government noticed and blocked and paralyzed indigenous people, and they were divided in Bolivia.
And we're going to have elections in August. I hope we get lucky and that this changes the fate of indigenous peoples in Bolivia. When Aurelio asks, how was the experience of indigenous funds? Well, the first experience we had was in 1992, and it was presented during the Jaime Pasamora administration, and this project was called the Fundo de Fideicomiso. And because we got lucky, our leaders took this to Madrid, to Spain, and there they turned this into an indigenous fund for Latin America and the Caribbean, which considered the states, cooperation, and indigenous peoples. But ever since, we have not advanced on this. So these are merely symbolic institutions. They do research, they conduct plans, but not many good results. And the other element that we worked with in Coiab was ACTO. And in the studies, we have many studies by them, but we don't have many results. And in 2004, considering that we made many demands, we were able to achieve the taxation on fuels. So this proposal was made. We had protests demanding that fossil fuels be taxed on by 10%, and the result was the approval of a 5% tax. A 5% tax, and it became operational into 2012. But there's a caveat. At the time, they said the indigenous peoples didn't know how to use the resources, so the leaders took the money and they had to provide for accountability, and that's when we started facing problems and we failed in doing this. So the initiative of the funds in Bolivia was then transferred to the municipalities, and that's nothing. At the end, these funds are beneficial only for the indigenous brothers from Valley and from Planalto, and not us who are the ones who proposed the fund. So the fund was taken away from us. Unfortunately, in the current situation in Bolivia, I was mentioning to Manginetti Patroia that it would be necessary to sign an agreement to make it possible to obtain funding through, what's the name? Coiab. Yes, this institution here. So this is the challenge we have. We have been like this for 20 years. And the administration during the current regime ended all forms of financing and cooperation because they want to submit us indigenous people to hardship, and that is the reality of our country. So that was my comment and the challenges we face in Bolivia. Just a couple of seconds. Either way, I will leave you with this material, with the CDOP proposal about this process and some elements so that you can insert some of our suggestions in the macro proposal. This is the proposal that Bolivia is offering, and I hope that God may bless us and that we're looking this in that verse. After 33 years of the creation of the real agreement, so far in 2025, this is still happening. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing the lessons and the challenges faced by our neighboring country, Bolivia, with the indigenous organizations, and also the challenges of financing, and in this case, under an administration that's very controlling and a low level of autonomy by indigenous organizations in disposing of the resources. But it's also very important. And Elcio, the organizers of the event, before I pass the floor to you, I want to ask that Emil Gualinga also joins this panel, because Emil has followed the debate on financing and climate financing within the Indigenous Caucus. Well, Elcio, Valeria mentioned something else about the TNC partnership, but I think that many people here have followed through the press and saw the good news about the design and the implementation of the REM in the state of Mato Grosso, and an initiative which was taken in partnership with TNC and the Podali Fund based on a demand by the Chavanchi people. So if you could share more about that story and the challenges faced. And you're standing beside Valeria, who will be monitoring everything you say. But thank you, because this is one of the cases of a partnership at different levels from a source that can often be complicated, but where you were able to create a process that seems to be very interesting from the standpoint of the Xavante people. Okay, Valerio. Okay, so I'll give my deposition like a witness who saw this process happen, because the protagonism of the process is the of the Podali Fund, the Coiab network, and we had the opportunity of following it. Aurelio mentioned HAIN, which is the RED program there, the pilot RED project there in the state of Mato Grosso, which is where the Coiab network, especially FEPOIN, had an important role in negotiating that resource to secure part of the RED resource so that it could reach the indigenous territories. And something that happened there was the creation of a governance space of the state program, and they reached an agreement that that resource that would be destined to the indigenous people would be divided among ethno regions in Mato Grosso, so that each region would access part of the RED resource based on their reality. And the TNC was invited to help implement the project in one of these regions, which was the Xavantes region, one of the 8 ethno regions, 7 ethno regions in the state of Mato Grosso that received part of these resources. And the point is that the Xavantes, if you know the Xavantes, you know that they are a very warrior people. They are divided in 7 indigenous lands. They have conflicts among the clans, and this makes it hard for them to adapt to this organization model of associations, of having a general organization that unifies everybody, and this is their own self-organization mode. And at that time, FEPOIN, together with the regional FEPOIN, when this decision was made, they wanted to make the REM resources actually reach the villages, since the indigenous territories didn't have associations to access the resources. And that's when the Podali Fund associated with FEPOIN and invited the Podali Fund to do a pilot experience to see how the Podali Fund could help the resources reach the land and the communities that wouldn't be able to access the funds through an association. And at that time, Podali accepted this proposal. So it's interesting because the demand arose from Pepoinchi and then Coiab, the Podali Fund, and Xavante community. And that's how that network worked. And it was a very interesting experience. And someone who should perhaps tell the story is Rosia Purinan from the Executive Secretariat of Podali. Executive Secretariat, that's right. The Podali team who started a dialogue process with the Xavante communities, and they would go up to the territories and say, we have this fund, and they started dialoguing with FEPOIN to start discussing with the Xavante peoples that that resource would help them in their strategies of management of the territories. Many workshops were conducted with the Xavante people to help them build governance and decide on how to apply that resource. Podali presented a proposal that the resource could reach the territories through an award, which is one of the ways the Podali Fund has of applying resources. So they create a governance with the Xavantes from each territory. In that governance, they decide what would be the priority lines for that resource to be applied through an award. And it was very nice to see that dialogue between an indigenous fund discussing with indigenous peoples to build a governance model amongst themselves to decide the rules to apply the fund. So they reach an agreement to define the priority lines for the Xavantes in the building of the management plan. They're very much threatened by the impact of agribusiness. The land is depleted often, and the Xavantes decide that the award would be used to strengthen food security and the rescuing of traditional seeds. And there is a discussion within the Podali Fund to set some rules of how that would happen, to write a document with the Chavantes peoples, and then creating an invitation to send proposals. So Podali sends an invitation to each territory, so that if they had initiatives in that territory to recover seeds, to produce food, that if they had good examples, they could present them to be awarded. They would send the examples. So it was very interesting, and the Podali Fund allowed that the proposals would reach the peoples in their own language or through video recordings. And the governance group for the Chavantes, which was built during this dialogue, was the same group that was also discussing a territorial management plan. So this process helped strengthen a dialogue between the Chavantes on how they could coordinate amongst themselves to strengthen a territorial management plan of the Chavantes land as a whole. So it ensued a process. And to summarize this, while they also agreed with the Chavantes that they should select the winning proposals, the Chavantes should choose some outsiders who could analyze the proposals and help select those that would be awarded. So the Chavantes, together with Podali, elects a committee who would analyze the proposals. So the entire process was very interesting, and this was only possible because it was done from an indigenous fund with indigenous peoples to facilitate an agreement on how they would share that resource. And in the end, the award, we had 14 initiatives awarded in all indigenous territories, and sometimes the award went for people, for associations, for families, and they received the awards to finance the projects related to a Chavante strategy for something that was very important to them, nutrition, food, and also the recovery of traditional values. And there were some lessons that were interesting from that. One, it was possible to see through that experience that it is possible for funds led by indigenous people to become part of the decentralization of climate resources in the territory. Not only is it possible, but it is also more efficient. Podali, the indigenous fund, we saw that it was more flexible. It was able to adapt the language to the specificity of the Chavante people, which are very specific peoples, and this was interesting. And this process was only possible because it was a coordination done by an indigenous network. This connection from Fepoinchi, there were people from Fepoinchi within Podali that actually convinced Podali, because this was a first experience and it was a hard situation. And we had this possibility of a financial mechanism strengthening the coordination of the movement network, and this was very clear. And the way that the awards were given out also helped strengthening the governance of the Chavante peoples. They built spaces of dialogue amongst themselves to define priorities, to say that a single territory could not take all of the awards. It had to be distributed, and this was one of the objectives of the initiative ever since the beginning, discussed with Fepoinchi and the articulation with Coiab to have a pilot case that would show that it is possible. And this was very successful. We're very happy to have witnessed this process. Thank you, Elcio. And Elcio, quickly, just to compliment, I mean, we engaged in this entire process, but we spent an entire year of discussion amongst ourselves here. A year, and then it was unlocked. Yes, you will now compliment her compliment. Well, just to talk about what Valeria just said, TNC, we had to convince TNC. And the TNC is used to engaging in projects with partners, and they send over the proposal, and this is the agreement for you to sign. And when we send the proposals, Podali says, no, that's not quite like it. We need you to change the contract on this point, that point, and this point, and then it goes back to TNC. And so we have two timelines. One for TNC to learn working with indigenous funds. There are many specificities which are different, but I think what Valeria also means is that until the Chavante selection process was published, Podali spent over a year in discussion with the Chavantes and discussing with them to agree on certain things. Well, just to tell you that there is no camera on the audience, but Rose has been going like this or like that, but she has been actively participating. I just want to say two things. One is that this case, I think it shows how the existence of an indigenous financial mechanism makes all of the difference, so all of that could happen, right? And I think that this is emphasized in Elsio's intervention and in other interventions. That made a difference, is the way we do things. Like Valeria likes to say, the indigenous way of donating, of supporting, and it makes all the difference and it changes the entire system, like Elcio said. And the other point, for maybe intermediary funds that have a relationship with indigenous communities or indigenous funds and territorial community funds, these are it's different, right, Alcio? Because it's a relationship between one fund that has rules with another fund. It's not with an organization that will be developing the actions. It's another fund very similar to the other one that is transferring the resources, and that's what Alcio said about all of the positive challenges that made this work. I will now pass the floor to Emil. He came last, and because of that, he will make a contribution that's very important for everybody here about the discussions that are happening in the Indigenous Caucus about financing towards COP30. Emil, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Emil from the Quichua people from Ecuador. I'm here from the Kipa Collective. I have been following the discussions on climate change and financing within the Indigenous Caucus and other spaces. I thank all panelists and would like to give an overview of what will be negotiated on this route up until COP30 and even in Bonn and other spaces that happen between Bonn and Berlin. According to the Paris Agreement, countries have the obligation to watch countries under development so they can handle climate change, including this financial subject. In Baku last year on COP29, there was an agreement where developed countries would support countries under development with a minimum of $200 million, but it was not an easy negotiation, as countries under development from the south wanted the amount to be bigger, and for everything to happen through donations from the countries of the north. And they did not want this to be a higher amount. Climate financing is not donations, they are debts, they are loans, and this negatively affects sovereign countries as we need to give back this amount. There was an agreement of a minimum of $200 million. $300 million up until 235. It's the responsibility of COP30 in Baku to create this action plan. They are already working on that, and We'll have some consultations with other states, the civil society, where this financing will come. What are the financing sources and how are they going to be channeled? We have many critical points, as countries from the north, as I said, do not want to put a lot of money. They want to make loans, they don't want to donate. So when we talk about direct access, we're not talking about loans. We are telling companies to create their mitigation plans. We want there to be a direct access like donation, climate justice. Sometimes when other actors talk about direct access, they're also thinking about market mechanisms, companies that need to have a profitability. However, we do not have such profitable businesses to give loans and ask for loans. It is important to have clear criteria on what is direct access, what it means. As now many countries are talking about direct access, but if they share what is direct access, they could put it into a text, but perhaps it would be something else that we do not imagine. How are we going to create this action plan? The presidency of COP30 has created some circles of indigenous people, one for economy ministers, and they will have the role of creating this action plan. We have Colombia, Chile, and Brazil in the Americas. These are some spaces where we could go so they could make things clear for us on the safeguards, what can be a financing, what cannot be climate financing, what are the themes for indigenous people. Is it adaptation, mitigation, titling, demarcation of lands, indigenous economies? There can be many criteria, but it's important for them to exist. And what are the exclusion criteria? Okay, then finance monoculture, to say it's for biofuels. As some countries, when they perform climate financing, they also consider this to be a financing for critical minerals. They can also consider this as a climate financing for mega power plants. What's going to be their position? Is it a financing for climate change or not? Some countries even consider the extraction of gas as climate financing. They say it's an alternative for oil. So in Bonn, we are going to perform consultations that it would be important for the document that comes from this moment includes criteria and for representative to participate on such dialogues at Bonn. The presidency will publish the first draft on this action plan, and society, indigenous peoples, will be able to give their contribution in September, and we will have then another important moment to influence on. As I was explaining, the objective is to obtain these funds up until 2030. It's not that at COP we're going to have this financing, but this roadmap will give indications for countries on how to obtain or reach these goals. And we have the Commission of Finance Ministers with the presence of the European Union and England. These are spaces where we can influence on. The European Union and England are also investing on the creation of new climate markets. Everything becomes a commerce or trade, and they say they're going to do everything, but they create problems in the territory with everything related to carbon. So I believe it is important to say that the access, direct access, means direct donations for indigenous organizations in which there is a clear criteria. This is the roadmap that will include different financing sources, public sources of governments, the private sector. Perhaps we are going to include the TFFF, the pledge. We have many mechanisms. But what is important is to participate. As many times, from the lack of coordination, we do not have this strong influence. But I believe that this year it is important to do so within United Voice, establishing this criteria from the Amazon and indigenous peoples, and that's it. Thank you. What he has said under a broader perspective of debates on climate financing and pointing the part that financing that is guided towards the agenda of indigenous peoples and local communities as something that belongs to this universe that is much more broad. And this is important to verify what is at stake. Now we focus on what is at stake. It's something bigger. And for this territorial agenda, it's fundamental to discuss what is related to all of this. Well, let's try to organize things up here. We already have 2 subscriptions of 3 minutes. Okay, they should come here. Rosie and Rosie, please. Wake up, guys. I can see you are sleeping. I took a picture. This is the moment that I came for. I left my duties home to contribute a little bit. And it was really important what everyone said on this round, on the experience that Pudali, which was built by us, indigenous people of the Brazilian Amazon, and also to follow a little bit the means by which other relatives began to dialogue, and it was also an experience of the reality that took a turn. What I say is, where is Chico? Raise your hand, those who have helped, that are counselors from Pudali, please. All counselors are here. The difference on the construction of Coiab more than 11 years ago, it's backed by the main participation of its bases. Many times they have diverging opinions, so we consolidated ourselves, we stopped, and then we continued, and later on we brought it back again, as we have seen the importance that many leaders were now talking so much about their political agenda and could not handle it. The space for Pudali today is recognized especially by us, as we have idealized it with the initiative of the coordinators that were at Coiab. I remember the past years. That is why here in Brazil and outside Brazil in our path of saying to our partners, not only right now before COP, but in every moment I have said, in Brazil or the Amazon, we have built a fund to meet the demands of the Brazilian Amazon population. And here we are with our partners. Look, you are conducting this panel, but you followed this process, and the other partners there too. They have done so. So we also had experiences that we ourselves can't handle. So Podali, for us, we said we're all the time we are talking. If the government does not come or see the presence that we are there, always helping our territory, the environment, the oxygen that we breathe, they never talk about that. The ones who are concerned are us. So for us, in the medium and long-term construction of international partners, for them to see the importance that the Amazon is really the lung of the world, they should invest on Podali, on other funds that exist in states. We are doing this for that. We left our families behind. Some women have children, but some did not bring their children. All of our effort to come here is important. So we can't think how we are going to capture resources, who will manage. We need to strengthen Podali. It's small. We are thinking about bigger resources today. Let's work on it. Our partners are here to sit with the Podali. Here's the Podali direction. We should strengthen our team. We have always said that we belong to the administrative council. We have counselors. We have a guiding council. It has a governance structure that is really good. That's why Podali has been there for a long time, but it's an amazing thing. Thank you. Thank you, Ana Rose. Rosia Purinan, please. Hello, good afternoon. Let's wake up. Now we are going to talk about our autonomous process. I first of all would like to say that Podali is the result and an example of the autonomy of indigenous peoples. I'm really proud to talk about Podali and to talk about this process that was created by our leadership, some that are here, some that are no longer here, which were the thinkers that gave life to what we have nowadays. This fund was a dream, and we built it. To say that indigenous peoples are incapable is a racist speech. We are not incapable, and our funds already work. So we are proving that yes, we can make resources reach territories from what we have built collectively. With that, I would like to salute our indigenous authorities. We have here indigenous leaderships that are echoing our voices. Kleber Caripuna, from the beginning, has been doing that. Would like to salute our female leadership here. And she is an angry woman, right? Also knows from the construction of this partnership with the TNC. I also would like to salute our relatives that are on this fight in other countries that add up to our effort within the Amazon as a whole. Well, my questions, 1 second here. It's excellent that no one else subscribed for this. There. So firstly, some points complementing here, Elcio, on the Chavanti awarding. to say this is a practical response to the indigenous governance. We did not accept TNC's invitation. We accepted FEPOINT's request. They were the ones that invited Podari to this challenge, to take on this challenge, to have a super complex resource, and to do something different. We popped the bubble of the individual taxpayer number. It was the first new initiative that called our attention for passing on resources without the individual taxpayer number, without recognizing its own means of organization for the Xavante people. And we have heard a lot. I won't say that it was not hard. People said it. We were not going to do that. We wouldn't be able to do that, but we did it, right? The leaderships are here. They represent on the deliberative council, Podari, by the Mato Grosso state. They know it very well. So it was something that we created, and it worked, and it inspired other processes. As you said, that there was an independent selection commission. The Xavantes called them institutions, other institutions like FUNAI and PI, indigenous peoples who are on public spaces. I remember Sinea in this commission. After that, MPI launched, the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples launched a call. We waited for it. I don't know the end of it. What was the result? But we inspired ourselves, our ministry, to do a different process. So this needs to be thought of. This is the way that we can pop bubbles. And now, for the table, for Kleber, the F Fund, the TFF Fund. Sincerely, I hope it's not like Mariazinha said. It's one that we can't hold on. When we talk about this dynamic of construction, it's already what we think about. First of all, this is a future process that is still being discussed. It's still not defined how it will work out.
And several instances are being created because of this. So once again, this distances our mechanisms which have already been created and already work. So this makes it distant from us. And my question is, it was said by Kleber that we have an international committee who is discussing the workings of the fund and the dividing of resources, and which is composed by organizations of civil society, indigenous and non-indigenous. I think that in Brazil it should be APIB, right? And a recommendation would be for us to talk about that with the funds, because I think we need, based on our own mechanisms that APIB recognizes, that Coiab recognizes, we need to put this for debate so that we can trace strategies together. And for this new fund which is being created. And another question that caught my attention about what Kleber presented and about what our relative from the caucus said is that, we're discussing percentages of resources. And if it's 20% for direct financing. But I don't think these people understand what is direct financing. So, what is our coordination within Brazil and other countries with government so that they can understand that direct financing is not financing for the government? It has never been and it never will be. Because what I see is that that's always their understanding. They don't see that direct financing should be through our organizations and through our own mechanisms. So, what is that debate currently in terms of discussing with the Brazilian government? Does the Brazilian government see our indigenous mechanisms? I don't think they do, because we have been here for a while on this path. People said that Podali has been active for 5 years, and so far we have had many meetings with the Brazilian government, but it's always to present the mechanism and talk about its workings. But so far, the government has not invited us for direct dialogue, for partnerships. Not even the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. We haven't been asked to meet with them in that capacity, while other intermediate funds are doing partnerships, including with the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples. So I will leave that reflection for you, because I think we have many mediators, and it's enough. It's enough of that discourse of saying that indigenous peoples need to be structured. Podali was created without any investment, out of the strength of Coiab. And we were able to achieve this goal. We are here, we are operational, we manage resources. So increasing the resources for us to actually be able to take care of the Amazon is about bursting these bubbles and recognizing that our forms of transferring resources work, because with these resources we can also hire a bigger team. And who's going to tell me that the other funds who are receiving resources don't take part of the resource they receive to have a bigger team to operate the resources, to have a system, to have all of that? Of course they do. And that's a good chunk of the resources, actually. Kleber talked about the numbers and about how much is actually going to the territories. So 1% of all of the resources existent. So this discourse that the funds don't have the necessary structure, to me, that is a colonialist discourse. And we need to fight and demonstrate in practice that we can manage resources. So our leaders need to defend this, that we can do this, and that we are becoming structured, and that any projects that are transferred to us will help us do that. Otherwise, we will never burst that bubble. So just to conclude, Podali and the indigenous funds, the network of community funds, which is also very powerful, and there we have funds from other social movements. They already exist, they are operational, they have good practices. We are often invited to share our good practices, but we are not actually recognized for our good practices, because otherwise we are just imparting knowledge for nothing. They're copying us without giving the due credit. So no more copying us without giving us credit and without giving us the opportunity to be actually recognized in our mechanisms. Because mentioning Podali in documents, or mentioning any other fund in documents and saying that they exist, is not enough. We need to be part of the debate and the decision making when it comes to resources and direct financing based on our governance and on our forms of transferring resources which work. That's it. Thank you, Rose Apurina. Do we have anyone else who wants to speak? No, he will no longer speak. He said that she said it all. Really? Okay. Anyone else? No? Guys, so here's the thing. My suggestion is I will pass the floor to the panel so that people can speak and interact with what was said. And please pay attention to the time because I don't think we have much time left. With the exception of Kleber. Kleber, you will go last and you will be the one to close the panel, okay? We will start with Emil, then Valentin, then Valeria. Well, thank you. And my final reflection is about the situation in Ecuador, but also I think it's important to mention this for other places in the Amazon and in the world. I think that in the Amazon, the territory is being threatened by mining, by illegal mining, and we heard a lot about financing, but it's not the solution because we need financing to implement projects. But while this destruction persists, we can have financing but also destruction at the same time. So I think it's important that when we talk about financing, we shouldn't forget about the other side. It's more important to stop financing activities that are destructive. That's why I mentioned the exclusion criteria, because we shouldn't finance monocultures or oil or mining. When we eliminate all of that, we will be able to use financing for the important things. Land titles, territorial governance, but we will keep on having problems in the territories if we don't end destructive practices. Well, I think that the work we're doing in the Amazon basin needs to be successful in this COP30, which is going to happen this year. When the Rio de Janeiro summit began, I thought we would have positive results. Previous and informed consent, direct financing to the organizations. And in our case, I repeat what I said yesterday, we have a law of 2003, the Mitera law, which has a binding article, Law 300, Article 5, where we prohibited the commercialization of carbon titles. And why is that? If before we were civilized, quote unquote, we have always been here. Always been here through our ancestors. And here in Article 2 of the Constitution, we have our institutional strength as indigenous peoples. And that's why we have this demand, which is abstract and anti-constitutional, against the Constitutional Court of Bolivia. And it took us 5 months to be approved, and the sentence was in our favor, and now we can actually trade carbon titles. And that is the only hope we have. There are decrees about this, about regulation, but without consulting us. So that is pending. But the vultures, as I call them, are negotiating and asking for land titles in whatever territory where there's money. And we know their mechanism, and we need to say this so that you understand the situation in Bolivia. Whenever Bolivia changes government, no government gives us an opportunity. And if we have a constitution, it's because of the work that we do and how we advocate for our rights, and because of our autonomy and our protests. And my comment here to you is that it's not easy what we experience in Bolivia. For 20 years, we have been silenced. And we hope we can keep on working while God doesn't take our breath. We will keep on meeting, however, whatever the situation. Thank you. Well, oh, I scared myself. Well, I think I wanted to reflect on our process and the challenge represented by different cosmovisions and how we deal with our practice. This process from us indigenous peoples, which requires that we understand the relationship we have, but at the same time to keep on caring for our territories, for our common home. And with that, to keep on contributing in this discussion about the climate based on concrete experience. But it's important to say that this process is only made possible through a campaign. Like the campaign says, like our motto says, the answer needs to be all of us who are part of this process. We need to be committed to our lives, not only our lives, but the lives of the planet, of biodiversity, the rivers, oceans, and in that sense, indigenous peoples, they need to be given credit. They need the trust, and recognition needs to be concrete and in practice, and recognizing what the indigenous peoples already do. It's an exercise that we did in practice with the Chavanchi Award and with another award that we are going to do to support initiatives by indigenous peoples in the Brazilian Amazon. So we are expanding our process of supporting each other as indigenous peoples. At the same time, I started by saying that we don't have and will never have occupy and will never occupy the role of the state, but we're going to do our part in relation to an entire process which is dear to us as the guarantee of our territories, is a process that we took on for ourselves as indigenous peoples to say that if we care for the territory, we can also guarantee the demarcation of our territories. And in that sense, we also have put forth this challenge to us in this dialogue with the Brazilian state, in telling them that you have your role, you have your commitments, but we will do our part additionally to the state's obligations. And as a fund, that's what we're doing. We're placing this challenge for us to say that we are not only going to take care of the land, but we want the land to be demarcated. So it's important to have this dimension and at the same time that we strengthen our networks and our organizations. Just to refresh your memories, indigenous peoples during COVID worldwide, but indigenous peoples demonstrated how they act and how the indigenous network works. The tackling of the pandemic was only possible because of this network, each one doing their role in the base organizations, in the communities, and led by Coiab, by Apibi in Brazil. And this fight we engaged on, and it's impossible that people don't see how this different form of acting and of coming together of indigenous peoples is a reality for the benefit of our communities. This is one of the biggest objectives of indigenous peoples in while caring for each other and for the land as a whole. So we are in this place of saying we need to trust ourselves, because without that, without believing, without receiving this trust, we will continue discussing and debating climate change, and it will become just discourse, and the practice is not going to happen. So I think our commitment is fighting, and we need to be together, holding hands and coming together, each one trusting each other. So I'd like to thank you for this opportunity and congratulate Coiab for leading such an important discussion, preparing for an advocacy that is qualified with all of the organizations of the Amazon Basin of Brazil to present a document and to say, the Podali council members that are here, the financing debate, we're going to deal with it back in our meeting, and we're going to reflect on it with the guidelines that will come from this discussion and the contributions that we can make from Podali to this financing debate. Thank you. Thank you, Valeria. Elcia, please.
No, he passed his time to me. Thank you, Elcio. Thank you. No, I will try to be short given the time, but one thing I would like to reflect on is it's not comparison, but it's the scenario that we have seen today, what we have lived around 15 years ago, in which this indigenous protagonism that we call the climate leaders, the authorities, our indigenous diplomats, discussing all these themes that we're talking about here. One of them is climate financing, direct financing. If we were to see, we're really proud to see the status that Podali has as a reference and leaderships that are on the Podali, bringing the role, the function of how Podali has been working, comparing this to the fact that our colleagues, our relatives from Indonesia, with property, with data, how much they have supported, invested on Mesoamerica, the Territorial Fund. We live here in a scenario that certainly is different than 10, 15 years ago. And the property of these themes, to debate them with property, I don't see philanthropy, international cooperation, governments. I don't see how they can not see this from the advancement that we in the world as a whole have done on the appropriation of debates, and to elevate the level of this discussion from our regard, from our reality, from our cosmovision, from our lives, from our experiences within the territories, taking into this debate in general. This is really relevant for this process and all cautiousness that we take for this debate to discuss TFFF. It's not only, now we were at Congo, we had leaderships from Cameroon, Congo, Indonesia, Panama, Mexico, Brazil, and other places. debating I'm, with the World Bank authorities, with the government authorities or countries. How is our view on direct financing? How these resources should reach the edge, the mechanisms for our own funds as references for this debate of direct financing. So now we have elements to say, not only say we need the direct support for indigenous people, but how? 20 years ago, 15, 10, you didn't have this. Now when we ask why, how, they say Pandeli Fund. Jaguatá at Brazil's level, Maracá in the Brazilian Northeast, the Poime, discussing the creation of the Maracá Fund at the local territorial level, the Rotan in Roraima, Fini in Rio Negro, Timbira, Maranhão, Tocantins, Pacarato, Mucumaqui. Look how many options we have. Perhaps the sole region in the world that has an ecosystem of indigenous funds created, managed for indigenous peoples is in our region. We are really proud on the work that our leaderships and each one of us has contributed to this process to be on such a place to debate and dialogue on this directly with these governmental actors and others. This is an important scenario for us to emphasize. Another point that it's really important, Valeria mentioned in her initial speech, but I would like to reinforce here that is how much of these indigenous funds are connected intrinsically to our indigenous organizations. You have the Padali Fund that was created from the movement that was created in the Brazilian Amazon through Coiab. You have the Jaguatá, the National Fund of Brazil, created from the experience of the political leaderships of APIB. You have the Nusantara in Indonesia from its connection with AMAN. It's as if it was the APIB for Indonesia. You have the EVTM in Mesoamerica, the MPB, the Mesoamerican articulation of wood and peoples. This is appropriate, strengthened as its political base. It's the indigenous organization of the movement that created, structured, strengthened this fund. That's why we don't talk about this separately. And I usually say that, especially for philanthropy and other supporters, that when we say, oh, let's support indigenous funds, let's support the creation of more indigenous funds, I say, guys, we need to look towards strengthening the mechanisms, existing mechanisms for indigenous funds, especially in territorial context, and not create a large amount of funds. But we may say that, don't forget that to support indigenous funds doesn't mean that we can't support the indigenous organizations that need to be strengthened, structured, to continue with the process of fight and resistance to guarantee the demarcation, the rights, protection of territories, many other things that our fund, which are mechanisms to implement the strategies and political actions and support to our territories. It's important for us to be connected to this debate on indigenous funds, our indigenous organizations. When you look at this local example, this is mirrored there. Fini, Fuini, Rotan, Esi, the Chimbira is associated to Rotocati, the associations of the region. Each of these funds has a political relationship on this militants of this government. And just to reinforce, regarding the debate of the TFFF, we are looking as a sole opportunity, but with many setbacks and cautiously. We have what we call attention points that still need to be talked about when we talk about the TFFF. Tomorrow we are going to have a leadership meeting of the Global Alliance in which we are going to discuss what is our red line. What is it? Up until where we as Global Alliance, indigenous movements, local communities, are we ready to follow on this debate, being that our demands, our agendas were not yet met? That's where we have direct financing, if there was a government, if we have public policies, this is what we're talking about. For us, the financing of public policies, there is no percentage for indigenous peoples. If the actors if this box of intermediaries will continue, we want to break as many boxes of intermediaries as possible. I usually say that we are still far, even with philanthropy. We were still able to have a more pragmatic result with philanthropy. But even with philanthropy, we are still far from guaranteeing what we call 100% of direct financing. The main donor to the organization, to the indigenous funds, directly without going through anyone. This direct financing is still far, and for many factors that we need to advance on, well, at least on our side, less, but it's more on the other side. Or Rosie brought what we have debated on. When will the rulers of governments understand that the mechanisms are there, we are capable, we have the instruments, and we need this trust? This is still really far. I believe this is a work that we need to do to continue to work on this. So in 1, 2, 3, 5 years, this is a change in paradigm. We have noticed some things. I like to exemplify the strategy from Norway that recently announced a changing paradigm in their support on MIF to try to support more indigenous organizations, given what the program would do through our allies, partners. We, on the debate, we call intermediaries, but they are allies, partners that would receive the funds, so with us they could implement them. Some initiatives, we're trying to change this process. This is due to our debate on this local, regional, national, international level, that it's possible and we can advance on that. And to finalize, truly, talking about the committee, that was one of the questions that Rosie made, and I even would like to highlight something that Valeria even spoke about when the Podali Fund, the composition of the global committee of the TFFF, indigenous peoples and local communities. It's just indigenous communities and local communities. Actually, from Brazil, we only have the CNS that was never there to be part of the debate, but it's there. And some territorial funds, and one of them is Podali. But when we sent the invitation, Valeria even was the one that pondered it. How we will have the indication of someone from Podali, if possibly, if this mechanism works, it will be possible to benefit those who are going to access funds from the mechanism. How about the debate of conflict of interest? How does it fit into this situation? This was something that we took to the debate on the Commission's meeting. Mario was there as a representative from Podali. And what we're talking about is that we have two moments, two scenarios. One is what everyone now wants to collaborate on, especially allied partners who are collaborating with technical notes, pondering on things for this debate. At a given moment, the construction of the idea of the mechanism, how will it work for TFFF and its relationship with indigenous peoples and local communities at a global level? I'm not only talking about our region, our country, I'm talking about at a global level for other countries, other regions, continents. And another scenario is after the mechanism that was built, and if it works, we're saying if, as it is ambitious. There are many issues as the FF is going to work. We entered this process seeing it as an opportunity to create something new, innovative, especially for the direct financing. But we are also thinking, about the red line. If we can't reach the objective that we are aiming for, perhaps for us, this is another mechanism that will be there, like many others that exist, that we will be fighting for, to have access to the fund directly from our own mechanisms. Just to finish up, the construction of the process and later on the access to how the mechanism will work. What we are proposing now is to collaborate on the construction of this view so that this can truly work And just to compliment there, thank you so much. I'm sorry for going above my time. Thank you, Kleber. Thank you, Kleber. Now, before we really finish, a round of applause for the interpreters that are here valiantly up until 7:30 p.m. And for the 63 people, I counted on you, who are here. And see you tomorrow. A round of applause for our moderator, Aurelio, who is here contributing, remembering our program for tomorrow. For constructing the strategy, we have already brought the process. Tomorrow, 8:30. If we delay tomorrow, we are going to delay all programs. 8:30, we are going to begin the construction of the strategies. So see you tomorrow. Good evening, everyone. A round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much for our partners, to our partners. Thank you. Be on time tomorrow.